awesome. I played against FC Golden State many, many times. I played for Ventura County Fusion once upon a time. So I know their club. I know your coaches. It's a good club. We'll talk about that because sometimes it's the right place and sometimes it's not, but we'll get into that in a minute. So as of yet, you haven't had any phone calls or text messages?
I'm getting, like the robot camera.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't count so much. Okay. So then let me ask you this. What do you think, if you were to describe it, what do you think that you need the most help with, Elijah?
I don't know, because I was gonna say exposure, but this season I feel like I'll get a good amount of exposure. I just need I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. I think I would say, while it's true you might get some exposure, just because you're playing MLS Next or EA at a better team does not give you exposure. There's a lot of players out there. Having said that, I think part of your issue is your video is a piece of it, which we can talk about, and your high school thing we can talk about. But, you haven't sent your email out, which is kind of exciting to me because it means I can do it right the first time. It's also concerning to me because we have students your age who are already texting and on phone calls with coaches, especially since you want to play at a very high level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask your mom a similar question. What do you think Elijah needs the most help with?
I think right now what we need help with is the recruitment process, or trying to just get a hold of colleges that he is the right fit with. We kind of are just unfamiliar with that process.
Okay.
So just and the knowledge on what we need to be doing.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Got it. That's really helpful. And, part of my job is to scare you away today. Why do you want to play college soccer? Why do you want to put your mom and I through all this?
I want to go to college. My parents want me to go to college. So I feel like I'm good enough. I feel like I can compete at the Division I level. So why not, And it's it's a dream of mine. Also want to play pro. I know out of college you can go to MLS Next Pro or even the first team. So
yeah, there is truth to that. And Mom, I wanted to be very clear. I played pro soccer after college, and I played in MLS and in the USL, and I went abroad, and I'm very grateful for my time, but I learned the hard way that I'm very grateful for my education. I went back to school to get my master's degree. So I want to confirm with you and your son that you guys would agree with me that academics come first. Okay. So that would bring up the follow-up question here, which is, Mom, Ms. Venus, what do you think he needs the most help with?
I think that he needs to, I think his academics is right. Currently, because of the injury, we've been out for a year. So I think just building back his skill to be on a certain level, to be kind of above and beyond than the rest. So I think just getting back on the level that he was when he was getting these MLS offers and whatnot. And just preparing.
Got it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That makes total sense. And why do you want to have him play college soccer? Why do you want to help him?
Well, the determination for one. I've watched him play all the sports, and soccer was his favorite one. He was great at all of them. He's always been athletically inclined. You give him a ball, he's gonna know exactly what to do with it. So me and my dad pushed football. He wanted soccer, so it was something that is inside of him that has always been calling him. He always wants to be the first one on the field, the last one off of the field. So the determination that I've seen inside of him is something that motivates me to get him what he needs, what he would like. Ultimately, I would be satisfied with a college education. His dreams are much bigger than that. And as his parents, me and his father's job has always been to help him reach those dreams by any means.
Okay, that's really helpful. And I love, when you have parents like yours, Elijah, it's rare. So first of all, it's awesome that they want to help you as much as they do. The other thing is that I'm trying to scare your son away from playing college soccer because it's so much work and everything else. So we'll see how far I get. But basically, I want to give you guys kind of my diagnosis on his current situation. Is that okay? Okay, yeah. So here's how I see it. You have a boat. Okay, but this boat is a very fast boat. That's you. You're a very good soccer player. I've seen your video. I know it's limited, but I actually do know your coaches, and I did do some research about you, and like you're good. Okay, I don't say this often. Like if you heard my last call, I think D1 is realistic for you. I really do believe that's realistic. So that's a problem. The reason that's a problem is now your expectation is D1 or I'll be miserable, which is tough because D1 is tough. Now, having said that, because it is potential, you have to go for it. Because if you don't, you'll always wonder for the rest of your life. So this boat is really fast. But here's the problem. Your boat has holes in it everywhere. There's no video that's really right. You haven't sent out any emails yet. You're behind in the process. So this boat, if we send this boat off your island to go see other colleges, it's going to sink. And that's going to be frustrating. So what I want to do is I want to patch up all the holes, sand it down, make it nice and pretty. Part of that is, yes, we are going to use some of your high school video. Yes, we need to get some more video. The other thing is because you're so good, there's actually going to be some video I'm going to have you do in your backyard that I would like you to send to college coaches. I will give you the video of what to do because I have a video of like me. You're going to do me versus you because they know me because of my playing career. And I have exercises that I still do today because I still play now. And I want you to like, they need to see you because the good news is your boat is nice. If they see your nice boat, but if they see your boat with holes in it, right, a bad email, bad video, they're not going to see it again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to fix those pieces of it, but I do think you're not wrong from your potential. So that kind of brings me to this. Like I said, I like your video, which is awesome. I want to show you, as you were talking, I kind of made some notes here of like how I would have us change or go about the next steps. And we'll also talk about, you mentioned NCSA. So here's the first, like a baby, your boat is amazing. It's got all this potential, but it's still a baby boat. Okay. I need to think about it like a plant. I need to water it. I need to patch it up. So your video. So first of all, your video is good because it shows you're a good soccer player. Yes, it's not enough, but it's actually good for college coaches. I need to fix it. You don't have a self-interview. Your intro page is wrong. The order is good, but not at its best. So yeah, I'm going to fix your 1-minute video. I'm also going to make you do some videos in the backyard. And also if it means that you have to go play with a UPSL team or some other way to get game video, we're going to do it. Does that make sense? Okay. So I will help you get video. That I'm not worried. I can help you do the video, but you do have to give it to me. Otherwise I can't help.
Yeah. Like, do you know Ocelot Academy?
Yeah, it's very funny you say that. We are going to play against them next week.
Yeah, Ocelot Academy. They I think it was like an hour we uncovered something. They were like, they just like
they mentioned it to you. So there's some value to that. We'll talk about it in detail because sometimes you should not do it and other times you should do it. So we will do that for sure. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay. So that brings us to this. We also have to pick some camps. Now, the problem is we're really late. Okay. Most of the camps are going to be full. There are a couple camps though off the top of my head that you need to go to. Now there's different types of camps. There's big ones, small ones, but we're going to pick them for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Then we need to navigate through this process together, right? Once we start communicating with coaches, you got to help me. You got to let me help you. I need to read the emails. I need to see what you're saying. I need to go tell you, hey, that should be a text messages, everything else. And then right now you're in the middle of club dynamics. We need to guide you through that. We need to say, hey, this is why you should leave. This is why you shouldn't leave. This is why you should leave right now instead of in a week. We want to help you with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then step 2 is who likes me. So let's just pretend we did this in the first 2 to 3 weeks, which is the expectation. Then they're going to start responding to us. And then we have to see who likes us. And then step 3, which happens at like month 2.5, is who do I like? Then the rest of the process kind of bounces between these 3, going, who do I like? Who likes me? But which coach do you like? We talked about academics coming first, but the truth is that if you don't like your coach, you're going to be miserable. And if you really want to play pro, which is something you've expressed, then your college coach is going to be the reason you play pro. You typically, even if it's D2 or D3, they're still going to be the one that helps you. Does that make sense? You know Femi? Have you seen his?
Oh yeah, and EA Nationals. After we won, we went out to eat. I met Femi.
Cool. Okay, so Femi and I know each other really well, partially because of social media. And Femi's a perfect example. His coach is the reason he's playing pro soccer because he didn't get drafted.
Yeah, like we've seen the whole Houston Dynamo team, but I remember him playing at Penn State.
Exactly. Okay, so look, I think you're very similar to that. I really do.
Uh-huh.
You're a lot more. You're not a center back, obviously, but there's potential there. And he's been on the bench for MLS a couple times now. So, having said that, this is what it looks like to work with me. Now, one of the things is we talked about NCSA and everything else. So this is typically the price to work with me, but for you guys, it's going to be different because I know Golden State and I like working, even though I know you're not a part of them today, or you were. I know I'm from California. I played for Real SoCal or LAFC SoCal. So I like working with kids in the area. So you'll get a discount. The other reason is selfishly, I want to work with you. Okay. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But here's NCSA. Okay. So they charge something like this, and all these companies claim to have a platform. That's their whole thing. So Mom, you're not wrong to have thought NCSA is a good account, right? They call you, they say, hey, if you put your videos on our platform, the college coaches will come to you and you don't need to do anything. And, you can send emails all the time and blah, blah, blah. Look, on paper, it's genius. That's why it exists. But NCSA owns everybody. Every email you get from the colleges, that's because the NCSA pays the colleges to do that. They own everybody. And they even own your club team. So it's kind of like if we were in government and they're the ones funding everybody. So they win because they have the most money. I, on the other hand, am a little guy compared to them. And all I want to do is really help your son. So I want to edit all your videos. They won't do that. You have that AI system. Did you see that one?
Yeah, for the template.
Yeah. So I want to be able, if you send emails from NCSA, you get 60% less responses. That's just a statistic. I want him getting much better than that. And we have to do that through his own email. And then I want to be with him 24/7. NCSA, if you buy the highest version, they talk to you like twice a month. And then I have a money back guarantee and they don't. They put you in the contract and if you can't get out of the contract. And I don't do that because if I can't help you, then you shouldn't have to pay me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that brings us to this basically. Elijah, this is for you. If you can keep your grades up where they are now, then so far all of our students have received a minimum of $80,000. And I think that's realistic to you. And now if you're open to D3, there's actually more money academically, but we want you to play D1. So the answer is that is still realistic. 30 to 60, 30 would be the minimum. I'd be really surprised if you didn't get at least 30, if you keep your grades above a 3.6.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is to say this. I'll talk about my price in just a minute, but Elijah, does it make sense how I would help you?
Yeah.
Okay. And for your mom, Venus, does it make sense, say the difference between me and NCSA, does it make sense how I would help your son?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Elijah, do you think this is the help you need?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. And from your mom, is this the help you think Elijah would benefit from?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about the last piece to this. So when you're working with me, this is what it looks like. And I'm a big believer that nobody cares about your career as much as your son. Your son is the most important part. So having said that, we meet every Sunday. Okay. So you're going to get assigned a coach. That coach is either playing at UCSB or UC Irvine or Fullerton or a former student of mine that's playing college soccer, or you're going to get a college coach that's like working in the system, and you get me. So it's two of us. I'm monitoring your camps, your videos, which schools you should be contacting, and you're going to be talking to them day to day. Does that make sense? Yeah. So every Sunday we have a meeting. You don't have to come to every Sunday. You're going to be busy, but we also want you to book us unlimited. So if that means we talk to you every day, we want to talk to you every day. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. Then you're going to be able to talk to us on Discord. You saw that all the time. We're going to edit all your videos. We're going to go through game video review, which is where we're going to watch your game in your high school or your club and go, hey, you did this in this instance, but we want you, like your mom mentioned, improving so you can stand out. Well, then we need to make you a better soccer player. Okay. And NCSA will never do that because they don't care in that situation. So the last thing is this. So to work with me, it's this much, and we're a lifetime deal. Okay. So we are with your son through going pro. So Femi, if he was one of my students, I would still be helping him today if he wanted it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're a lifetime deal. If your son wants to transfer, we're with him for life. So forever. And then the thing is, if in the first 3 months he's not being recruited, like right now you're starting at 0. So you're going to make a little video, and the video is going to go, I hope in 3 months from now that I'm talking to D1 schools. And if you're not, then you get your money back. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we can't do it in 3 months, I don't think I could do it at all. So that is the last piece of it. Now, the last thing I want to ask both of you, you're not allowed to work with me today. Okay. I need you guys to think about it, talk over with your family. But I only work with one player per position per grad year. So I will not work with another attacking player like yourself who wants to go to those D1 schools for the next 2.5 years. That makes sense? So that means I have to have an answer by tomorrow. The answer tomorrow, you could say, hey, we need one more day. That's okay. But let me ask really briefly, if Elijah, you had to work with me today, what questions might you have for me?
My question, well, I would want to know like who my coach would be.
Yeah, very fair question. So the coach I have in mind for you played at a Division I school, and he's going to be the one to take you through the process, mainly because you want to play at those same D1 schools in California, and he's a D1 California kid. He actually transferred as well, so I want you to get to experience, hey, this is what happens if you don't find the right school.
Another question I would have would be like since I like have only limited film, like would you get me playing UPSL for film?
Good question. So I will help you email the schools or the teams for UPSL. No different than I would help you with college or club. I can't call them for you and say, take this kid. Where if you live near me, you would just come play for me. That's what I would do. But you live kind of far. I'm in Santa Monica area. So because of that, but the answer is with Oslot, like I know the coach. So the answer is yes.
Yeah, I have his number. So I mean,
we would help you though. We would say, hey, and to be honest with you, the UPSL video is really good. But I'm talking when I say I need video, I don't need video tomorrow. Your 1-minute video can help me. We can go a long way with that. I just need video over the course of time, you know. And like I said, if I need to, I will send you into your backyard and have you record yourself doing my exercises.
Okay.
Good question. Let me ask your mom the same question. If you had to work with me today, what questions might you have?
Currently, I don't have any questions right now. I'm kind of just taking it all in, taking in all the information. I mean, you've answered a lot of my questions as far as like what guarantees do we have, what type of security would we have. I like the fact that you would exclusively be working with him and as far as like his position and whatnot. But no questions as of now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. So that's helpful for me. So the last thing is this. In the email I'm going to send you is a contract. The contract says this. If you don't show up to meetings, Elijah, you're fired. If you don't get me video, you're fired. If I don't get you recruited in 3 months, I'm fired. And that's as clear as it gets. The last thing is this. Just so I can understand, this I'm going to ask you first, Elijah. I'm assuming I'm going to get you $30,000 in scholarship. So the financial investment for me, put that aside for a second, because if you give me 5, I'm supposed to give you back 30. So the question for me is right now, are you leaning towards yes, maybe, or no to work with me? Just so I have an idea.
I'm in between like maybe and yes.
Okay.
Like,
is the maybe because you don't understand something I've said, or where is the maybe coming from?
The maybe is because like I'm confused the original price was like 10, but now it's 5. And it's 5. Like, why is it 5? Because
Well, let me ask you this: would you be more likely to work with me if it was 10 or 5?
No, I would obviously 5, but I'm saying like.
Well, so selfishly, yeah, no, it's a good question. Selfishly, I want you to work with me, so that's a big piece of it. I have a record: 98% of kids go to college soccer, and you, I think, can play D1. So selfishly, I want to help you do that. The other reason, though, just so we're clear, is because of the clubs you've played for. I work with Surf. I'm part of Santa Monica Surf, so I'm with the Surf organization. So because of that, that's the main reason. Good question. Now let me ask your mom the same question. Are you in the yes, maybe, or no category?
I think I'm in the yes. I do need to speak with his father regarding what he feels about the situation, but I think that so far you have convinced me.
Okay, I just needed to know. Like I said, I want you to think about it. The only thing I have to ask for is I need an answer in 24 hours, so tomorrow. If tomorrow you say, hey, Zev, can you give me the recording of the video we had today? Or Zev, we have another question. That's no problem. But if I don't hear from you, then I'm going to give the spot to somebody else.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay, perfect. It was a pleasure talking to you all, and I'll talk to you very soon.
All righty. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm with you, and I see you. What's up, Isaac Bays? You're always here. What's up, Glorvin? What's up, MUFC? We have 7 people on YouTube. We have 10 people on Instagram, and we have 23 people on TikTok. TikTok wins again. And TikTok, so that's how many people? 30. That's like 50 people. Incredible. 50 of you are listening to me. That is insane. It's very cool though, but it's every time it surprises me. So you guys got to hear that. I have about 10 minutes before my next one, so I can answer any questions if you guys have them. So now there's 35 of you. Holy moly. Okay, I don't see any questions, which means you guys are just listening, which I love. So thank you for listening. If you can hit the like button, which a lot of you did, 25,000 likes. We love that. So just talk to me, everybody. Like that little bull. You know what that's for? Because I'm bullish aggressiveness. That's why I put it right there. I want everybody to know that I'm aggressive when it comes to the recruiting process. Okay. You know colleges in Chicago? Yes. Chicago State is really good. In only Chicago, there's not a ton only in Chicago, but in like Indiana, Illinois, there's a lot of schools. FW Sony. Okay. You guys are good? You can keep asking me questions. I have to go through some emails real quickly, but you guys can keep throwing your questions at me. I got a new follower on Twitch, and I'm live on YouTube, and I have that booked, and that's good. Okay, and that I got to deal with later. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's that one. Okay. One other thing real quick. Okay. My son is 11. We live in Maine. Don't work with colleges in Maine. Don't work with colleges. Are you asking me if I work with colleges in Maine? Or are you asking if you know any colleges? I'm sorry, Mento. We have a program specifically for kids under 8th grade. If you click the link in the bio, you can see it, and we can talk about how we can help your son. But I'm happy to answer your question. I just don't understand the question. What is level like compared to CAT 1.5 English academies? That's a good question. If you're an international, click the link in the bio. It explains how I can help internationals because it's very difficult. Would you say ECNL is worth the money? If you're a girl, you have to do it. If you're a boy and you want to play D1, yes. Is it possible to go? But that doesn't mean you're going to get recruited. Like you could pay for ECNL and not get recruited. So you need to pay for ECNL and you need to have an expert. You don't have to be me, but somebody. And you have to go to camps. Is MLS Next better than? But ECNL is worth it. Yes. Every email you send will get paid more attention to because you're an ECNL. Is MLS Next better than ECNL? Yes. Is it possible to go D1 as a junior? It's possible to go D1 as a junior, but I would need to know more about you. Are you from Mass? No, I'm from New York. Is playing, do I have an accent, Corey? Is playing for a really small national team more lucrative than playing for D1 soccer program? That's a good question. It depends how small. It depends what your goal is. If your goal is education, which is what I help with, then college. But if you want to go pro, then it depends. Is U.S. National Team League good for sophomore? It is good for sophomore, Jeremy, but you're going to have to stay aiming for D3 and D2 for a little while. But that doesn't mean you can't play at the next level. You just, you have to start there. Please come to South Africa. I'm not coming to South Africa. Please send your video to the link in the bio. Is it possible to go as a junior? Okay. I'm trying out for my first year of high school. How do I prepare? VIST. I have a technical video on my YouTube page. Go to my YouTube, click technical drills in the playlist, and that will get you ready. Can I start my journey to go as D1 junior? Tips for center back. Make sure your highlight video is you playing through the lines. So how can I prove my weak foot? Go use your weak foot against the wall. You have your own team. I do. I have a UPSL team that I play for. Do you recommend making an NCSA account? No, I do not. But if you make one, like a free one, you're just going to get a bunch of emails. So you can make a free one, but I do not recommend paying for it. Okay, good questions. Good questions. Good questions. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All righty then. Da-da-da-da. Okay, dokale, okay, dokale. Okay. All right. I think everything else is pretty good to go. There's a lot of emails, but I can get through. Okay. Thank you guys for waiting. Appreciate that. All right. Is NAL good love for D1? No, it is not. It's very difficult to play D1 from NAL. It's possible, but it is very difficult. You have to go to many ID camps and you have to get offers from the other schools first. Have you ever come to Michigan before to watch players? And if not, will you? I will not come to Michigan. Send me a video and I would love to recruit you from there. I have been to Michigan though before. How can I go pro? We only help with college soccer. Do official offers always come written or are they verbal? Both. They come both. What is the difference between Nike ID camp and a college ID camp? Which is better? Nike ID camp is not good. Do not go. It is only for getting better at soccer, which if you're talking to me and you're on my page, we're here to get recruited. So I do not recommend the Nike ID camp unless they confirm college coaches are going. Otherwise, it's just a fun camp where you learn, and I don't recommend going. It depends how old you are, though. You know, if you're in high school, don't go. But if you're younger than that, it's okay. But it's just for fun. You just get better at soccer. You want to be going to places where coaches can see you. Tips for a better touch. Do you recommend making it? Okay, did that one. Okay, perfect. I answered all your questions. How can I interact with you? Give me a call. Links in the bio. And we can talk on the phone if you want to, like I do today with everyone else. Today we have, let's see. Today we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more calls. Holy moly. Holy moly macaroni. Android, you're welcome. Good job, guys. Okay, I think I'm going to get some food because I'm pretty hungry. What states have the best college soccer? California, Texas, North Carolina, Washington. Can I email a video and see what you think? XO Jackie. If you want, XO Jackie, I'm live right now, which is very rare. That's not true. I go live almost every day. But you can submit your video right now to the Discord. And if you submit it to the Discord, I can watch your highlight video. So like today or yesterday, the video. Yesterday somebody submitted it. So you can submit the video right this second. And while I'm live, I'll look at it. But if I disappear from the live, then please click the link in the bio, schedule a call, and then I can maybe look at the video, but probably I can. But I would need to see if you're the right fit. But while I'm live, I will look at your videos. You just have to submit it to the Discord. Celine, hello, Celine. Thanks for sharing the live. What standard is D1 in the UK? Lloyd, it's like youth academies. It's like, I mean, it's not maybe as good as Chelsea or anything like that, but to give you an idea, there's a player named Jack Harrison who got signed by Man City, and he played college soccer, and he played for Wake Forest. And Wake Forest, that's the level of kids they want to recruit. So it's very high level. But some D1s are not as good as others, but it's a very, very high level. It's very, very high level. Okay, my stomach is growling. Okay, I don't see anything. Here we go. What league is good for you? Okay, would love your input. Dakshire AI is our club, using it next season. Okay, Dakshire, is it actually called AI? Dark, I'm gonna look it up right now. Dark Hearse AI soccer. Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Oh, wait a second. So you're gonna use it. Would love your input on the AI system. Analytics. Dark Horse spent 3 years developing a breakthrough. Okay, let me read about it real quick. You have a fight to reach your dream. You have sacrifice work hard. Okay. Players need powerful standard portal to showcase their amazing Dark Horse. Dark Horse spent years developing machine AI SaaS. Okay, after a video of a game is uploaded, Dark Horse software that analyzes video and ranks the players by position, and Dark Horse automatically classifies similar passes. Wow, this is very cool. I have not seen this before. Download the white paper. I'm very curious about this, actually. Real creation pair. I just gave up. This is very interesting. Athletes, powerful, time-saving cost. Provides professional, edit-free reel in one click. We learn we can help parents. This is very interesting. And it connects to VO, Trace, and Huddle. This is actually an idea that I've had. Get attention with Dark Horse Recruitment Kit. Yeah. I'm glad you told me about this official commentary. I'm going to request a demo and see how they work. I want a demo with them. Thank you. Cool. I'm going to book a demo with them right now and see how this works. I will talk to them on what day is next Wednesday. So I'll have an answer for you next week. I'm booking them for Wednesday at 11 a.m. Okay, I'll have an answer for you. I don't know. My only concern sometimes is the AI isn't good enough. That's sometimes my concern. 10 games with light, 15 stats per game. The statistics are helpful, but sometimes college coaches don't care for them, so that can be a problem. 30 games with pro. So like also the payment option I'm looking at. So let's say you have 30 games, that's $2,000. Right now I basically do this right now. Oh, here we go, individual. See 100 download. Okay. The concept is interesting. I love the idea. So I need to see how good it is. So I'll find out and I'll get back to you. Okay. Where are you now? I'm in Los Angeles. Hey, Aries. Aries, what's up? Aries is amazing, guys. Okay, good question. This Dark Horse thing, though. I just looked it up. Very interesting. Right now, I have editors that do that, and it's cheaper, frankly. But if they can do it with AI, it's a big time saver. So I'm curious how accurate they are, and if they actually can circle and zoom in, that's pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. Okay, that one's been taken care of. I'm just talking out loud right now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's see. Hey Aries, what is NA? What is better, NAL or ECNL or RL? Ooh, that depends on the coach and the club. There's not a straight answer for that. That one is a little bit more specific. Yeah, that one's a little bit more specific. I would need to know more information because they're pretty similar. On paper, probably NAL, but not if you're playing ECNL and you can get affiliated with the ECNL team, then that one is better. So that depends a little bit. That one depends. Okay, that's that, and that's that one done. Okay, we have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. How can I get more confidence on the ball when I'm a left and right winger? Go talk to Rick Fit. He helps you with confidence. I just help with college recruiting. Just help with the recruiting process. Okay, that's that one. Okay. Okay. All right, 1 more minute, everybody. 1 more minute.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Hello. How are you doing, Mr. Nicholas?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Oh, here's your father joining us, so just give us a second. Okay. Perfect. Here he is. All right. Awesome. So, Mr. Nicholas, I have a couple of questions for you. Obviously, your father here probably told you a couple of things. Maybe your brother did too. So, before we work together, I want you to talk to me also. That's a big piece of this. I got to see your video, and I liked a lot of pieces of it. The other thing is I want to learn a little bit more about you. So, typically, I might ask you, like, what have you done so far and things of that nature. But the first I just want to ask you right now is, what did your family tell you about me?
Not that much. I mean, my dad told me that, like, well, I saw you on social media, like on Instagram, but then my dad, like, I guess what he told me is that Christoph is doing it and like you can help us get to the next level. And if Christoph likes you, then maybe I can do it too. But I already knew about you from like Instagram and stuff.
Did you?
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And let me ask you this. Why do you think I'm the right person to help you?
Because I've seen like your videos and it looks like you like spend a lot of time with your students and like actually care about them. It's not just like a robot doing everything. And that's what I like.
Awesome. Yeah, that is true. We definitely want that. There are parts where the robot can help us, but I'm with you. We want it to be very personal. So the next question I have for you is, why do you want to play college soccer? Why do you think you would enjoy college soccer?
I think I'd enjoy it because it's like an opportunity to like, well, I love soccer and to play at the best level possible is my goal. And if that's college, then that's where I want to go and do the thing I love.
Awesome. Now, it's important, I spoke to your father about this a little bit, but that education comes first. Would you agree with me that education comes first?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So with that in mind, I know there's not a ton you have done right up to this point, but in terms of trying to play college soccer, it can even be about training. What have you done so far? Like what have you done in order to reach your goal of playing at the highest level? Just brag to me for a minute.
We've signed up for ID camps, made a highlight video. We've been like consistently training all the time, my brother and I.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Great. And as you guys have been training together, is there something soccer-wise where you're like, this is something I'd like to improve on?
My technical ability, like to improve on that.
Okay, cool. And what are you doing right now in order to improve upon that?
We're training at the field, like doing cone drills, passing drills, stuff with like just us and like outside of team training.
Okay, that's awesome. If I were to give you, and in this case also your brother, some other exercises to do, would you guys consider some of those?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, cool. All right, so the next question is this. I liked your video. There's some things that I want to change and adjust, but that's pretty typical. But there's a lot of potential there. If you were to say to me, like, what are some of the schools that you would want to go to? Could you name a couple?
Stanford, UCLA, Berkeley, Harvard, Yale.
Very big time and very good schools, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's a little early to say, but if you had to pick a favorite subject of yours, is there a subject that you like the most right now?
Like biology or medicine.
Okay, perfect. And that would bring us into those schools. Okay, so this leads me to your father's question. Obviously, look, I got to see his video. That's kind of what we were looking at in terms of if I think I can help. We want to go to some of the best schools, which means we have a lot of work to do. So from my perspective, what we would do is we're going to kind of, and this is, Nicholas, there's a part of this process where you and your brother will be on a similar path. but very quickly it's going to change because you're not the same and you're not going to be recruited the same and you have to go to different places. I have a younger brother. It was very similar for us. Right now, do you look up to your older brother? Are you jealous of your older brother? How is your relationship with him?
I look up to him as like a goal for next year, kind of, because like he is like really good at soccer, I guess, and like everybody admires him, and so like that's pretty much what I want to be next year, like the skill level, yeah,
Okay,
or even better than that, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, good answer. Okay, so let me ask your father a question. Actually, let me ask you one more question. I wanted to scare you away. That's kind of why I wanted to call, because I thought, well, he's already got one son who's going to be doing this. Having two is a lot. So you mentioned why you want to play college soccer. There's a lot of things we have to do. Fix your video, make more video, travel to games. That stuff is easy. But we have to send a lot of emails and receive a lot of emails. Now, we do have a robot per se that helps us a little bit. But yes, it has to be very personal. Is that something you're willing and open to doing?
Yes.
Okay. So then from your father's perspective, do you have any questions that come to mind immediately regarding this son or something else you want to share with me that you think would be important for me to know?
Yeah, thanks again for being willing to meet Nicholas and deciding whether he's a good fit or not. I mean, I think we talked a little bit about, the structure of everything on Wednesday and how my perceptions of how you could help in both of them. I think I really wanted to have this meeting, although you said it was optional, because I really want Nicholas to see what you're about and meet you and get excited in the same way Christoph was. So I don't have a lot of questions. I know you did say to Christoph where you thought, he might be able to play in terms of level in college and so forth. I don't know if you have similar thoughts about Nicholas.
Yeah, so Nicholas, let me ask you this. What position are you the most comfortable in? Which position do you enjoy playing the most?
Right back.
Right back. And so I see at the college level that's probably where you'll play. I could see some coaches that say you could be a 6 because that can be a transition from time to time. One of the things that's going to be important for you that's a little bit different than your brother is the game has shifted a lot for outside backs, as I'm sure you've seen at the pro level, where they invert and they kind of play different roles, almost becoming an 8. Like if you watched the Galaxy last night, their right back was playing as an 8. So my challenge for you is going to actually be a little bit different for your brother. When it comes to outside backs, this is a very new development in the last couple of years. The coaches are going to want you to be able to do multiple roles, which used to never be the case. One of the reasons it was great to be a right back was you're a right back, you're nothing else, and that's easy to recruit. Now they want you to be a center mid. Now they want you to become an inverted 6, become an 8. So to answer your son's question, if you look, for example, at Stanford, they do not invert. Okay, they stay right over here and they go up and down, and that's their job, which is fine. But then if you look at like Chicago, which is a top academic D3 school, they are way more dynamic. So the biggest dilemma we're going to actually have so far off the top of my head, having seen your video, is not that you're not capable. You are capable. But what does the coach see you as? And finding that out takes a little bit of time. And I want you to love wherever you go. So if the coach says to you, I want you to play this role, and you don't like the vibe of that coach, I don't want you to go do that because you're going to be there for 4 years. So for me, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. But fortunately, you're going to put in the effort. And there's a term I use called compounding where, if you're going to do what we say for this amount of time, you can get better results. Like from a financial perspective, the analogy is if you put money in early, over the growth of a long time, it goes up. But if you try and put a lot of money in quickly, it could go up and down, and you could lose money. When you put it in early, you're almost guaranteed to do well. And that's kind of where we're at with you.
Yeah.
Good question. So here's one thing I want to say too, to try and scare you away. If we're going to, get started like this, we want to be very aggressive very early. One of the things that you have at your favor is obviously your brother's booked some camps. Have you booked the same camps or different camps?
Yes, we've done the same camps.
Okay. So your email is going to be different than his because of your age. And the responses are going to be different. I can tell you right off the bat that, and we can talk about this with your brother, but what's kind of nice is some of them are going to say, hey, we're not keeping an eye on you as much. That's the answer we want. Some people are like, oh, I should wait. No, there is no early. There is no on time. There's early and there's late. There's no in between. So if the coaches tell us that, guess what? It's great. That means they know who you are. You're the first up in line. Imagine we're waiting at the Apple Store for the new phone. If you show up on time, you're going to be at the back of the line. If you show up early, yeah, it's not open yet. The store's not open, but like you're going to be the first one there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So for me, that's kind of where we're heading with you. And I want to get aggressive with the self-interview and the fixing the videos. And then we have a lot more videos to do. And from that perspective, what will be fun, I was going to do this for you anyways, but part of the meetings we do on these Sundays is you to get exposure from older players. But I won't work with another player, you know, who's another right back at your age who wants to go to your types of schools for the next few years. So because of that, I want you to see what your brother's going to go through. And there's going to be times when your brother's going to get answers he doesn't want to hear. And frankly, there's going to happen to you too. But luckily, you'll be in it together, and that'll be helpful. And we'll go through it together. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So here's the next kind of step for me. Your father has some information. Dad, I'm going to send you a different link for him. I'm going to send you this link. Your job, Nicholas, is you'll fill it out. You're going to get in a follow-up email that your other brother's already gotten, and we got to get you in this Discord. And we got to start filling out everything. So that way for your camps, there's like 3 things I need us to do before the camps. I'm glad they're booked. Helps us a ton. We would have had you do it anyways. But since they're booked, I need us to do these things. And then at the camp, there's a couple things we're going to have you do. And then after the camp, there's going to be a couple things we have you do. Then we'll get to take a breath of fresh air, quote unquote, like we're kind of swimming deep underwater right now. Then we're going to get a deep breath. When we take that deep breath, that's when maybe we talk about an every touch video. That's when we talk about your club situation and that dynamic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings me to this question. How have I managed to scare you away? There's a lot of work. I know, I don't think I have, but I want to have tried.
I don't think it worked.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So the next step is I'm going to send you, Dad, you don't have to worry about this one because there's no like payments due. And basically, I just need your son to fill it out. And that way I can start his custom drive and get him in the Discord.
Yeah.
Sound like a plan, Mr. Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to email it to both of you, but it's going to go, this is your responsibility. Your father's a working man. We need him. He's part of our team. It's us against the college soccer world, but it still means that, you know, we have work to do, quote unquote. So I'm going to email that over to you guys both. And then, like I said, we have a meeting this Sunday, but also, you know, I want you to meet with us and book a meeting. Okay. And you will get a, we'll talk, we're going to get you sorted with the calendar and everything. And just so you know, maybe you don't see me every day, but like all I'm doing is looking up what systems they're playing, what camps you should go to, how to fix your videos, how to follow up. Every message you get, I'm talking to that guy first. So that's what we're going to do. Deal?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Kratz?
Yeah, they're leaving for Gothia on Sunday, as you know.
Yes.
And I know it's important for them to reach out to the first couple of coaches. They come back from Gothia after 2 weeks, the day before they have their Berkeley camp, and about 5 days before they have their Stanford camp. So I'm have pushed them to try to get everything submitted today, including the info video and the goals video and all of their clips.
Thank you.
But just wondering about next steps because they will be in Gothia after that.
Yeah, good question. So I want you to enjoy that because it's a really fun experience. So you don't have to book the coach one-on-one and Sunday, don't worry about. What we're going to do though on Discord is we're going to give you like basically an email template that we're going to send out while you're in Sweden to the coaches before the camps. And
Perfect.
That is what we need. Don't worry about like, I did say, look, if you can do the self-interview when you're in Sweden, because it's in a stadium, that would be awesome. So maybe if your video it's going to be perfect. But let's say like you mentioned, we'll edit your video while you're in Gothia. So your video will get back to you. You mentioned you'll be back 2 days before the one camp and 5 before the other. So we'll send it right before, but it's okay if it doesn't go until say 4 days before the camp and 7 days before the next one. That's okay.
Okay.
We just need to know that you're there.
Got it. Perfect.
Okay. Sound like a plan?
Sounds perfect.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you really soon.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
We're excited.
Glad
Talk
to be
soon.
working with you.
Yeah, me too. Talk soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, Melissa.
Hey, Zev, actually, Sean. Melissa actually told me to give her a call. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm in the middle of work, but I have a 1 minute here.
Perfect. I'll go quick. She said that we wanted to chat before your renewal period starts again, which is either tomorrow or it's either Saturday or Sunday.
I do. Yeah.
So I was just curious if any questions you might have or how the experience is going.
Good question. The experience has gone phenomenal. There's somebody I'm with. I really love it. And because I'm talking to somebody, I just don't need it right now. So I don't want to renew it. Not to say I wouldn't do it again in the future. I've really, really loved it. I have I think there's one more lined up, but Nellie's been incredible and beyond incredible. She's like just been amazing. So from that perspective, it's mainly just because she's done her job that I don't want to renew it.
The person that you're talking to, is that from Nelly from our service?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Who is it, if you don't mind me asking?
Bryn, Brynn.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I heard the name. I remember Nelly was. I remember it actually. I think Nelly actually even told me that. Didn't you send Bryn through the app and then Nelly reached out?
Exactly.
That's incredible. That's great. Great to hear.
Yeah. No, you guys have been the best of the best. I think I may have mentioned this, but I bought. I don't know if you've heard of Lux. It's LOX, like another dating app, and I paid for theirs, and it was unfortunate experience. And right after I didn't have the unfortunate experience yet before I also paid for yours. And, it just made me really appreciate Nelly and what you guys have done, because it was an awful experience that I eventually had to ask for my money back, and I did. And I will never do that again. And you guys have been beyond, Nelly's been so good about, I've said, look, I'm looking for a wifey material, and the standard of women on your site are the best I've ever seen. But also, like, I want that to, I want mother of children, but quality. And like Bryn and Melissa, who I also spoke to and liked quite a bit. And there is one more date she lined up, which, Bryn and I aren't exclusive yet. But, having said that, she did a great job. She would talk to them and say, like, what are your religious beliefs? And how do you feel about this? And Zev is this type of guy. And Nelly's follows me on Instagram and likes my posts. Like, so she really knows who I am. And that made me feel very accounted for.
I'm so glad to hear. I'm going to let some of the team know also. They're going to be pumped to hear.
Yeah, and who's ever the assistant, I saved your contact as Melissa, but they've also been really great. Like, I haven't had to lift a finger. No, nothing about the messaging, the dates that I have to set up. And, as I mentioned, I'm on a call now, but I'm assuming you're trying to attract high quality men. And like, because of the work I do, I don't want to go back and forth. And it's been awesome to be able to do that with you guys.
That sounds amazing. So two things. One, is there any way you can provide like a written testimonial? Maybe just text, maybe for our website. Maybe you could just text Melissa. Because Melissa and I share this number, so she actually is obviously the one responding, but I have the phone as well where I can make calls from. But yeah, you could just text Melissa back a written testimonial. It would be greatly appreciated. And on a separate note, is it okay if we'll just pause your subscription, and if anything changes, you can
are you kidding? I would love that.
So give me a sec. Let me on my end. I'm just making a note right now. I'm going to log into the system, and I'm going to pause it.
Thank you. That would be epic. And yeah, just a pause would be great. Because I like I said, I'm happy at the minute, but life happens, and but the answer is yeah.
The service did exactly what it was meant to. So sad to see you go. We're glad to keep you. You're now officially paused. You have nothing to worry about. Your card will not get charged. If it does, let me know, but it shouldn't. We just pause it, and I'm glad everything worked out. And yeah, you can send over the written testimonial. Enjoy your other date, and keep it going with Bree. We're really, really happy for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm happy. I'll do a written one, but I'm happy to do a video too if you prefer.
A video also, man, that would be incredible. That would be absolutely
no problem.
We
no
really
problem.
appreciate that.
Absolutely, no problem. I'll do a video. All right, talk soon. Thanks. Bye. What's everyone? Sorry, I've not been talking. Okay. Okay, sorry, there's only 2 people here, which makes sense because I've not been talking to you. How tall am I? I am 5'6". What league is D1 level? What do you mean? Like what league in another country? Okay. Okay. All righty then. We have another meeting right now if you guys want to hear it.
Recording in progress.
Hey, Zev.
Hello, Mr. Diego. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Good job with everything. The Leo thing. I know you're taking on a couple other students that are in like intense mode because of how old they are. We can talk about that stuff a little bit later, but I just want to say like that you can take on those types of students is really helpful. And like I'm gonna look to get you a raise in the near future, where it's a little bit more than $50 per kid. So I'll work on that. In the meantime, I'll give you bonuses as much as I can. And the big thing is if you are comfortable working with kids who are in this freak out mode, looks like you didn't get the Zoom meeting. Okay, hold on, makes sense. Let me just text him.
Yeah, I think he just caught me off guard because how late it was, and he'd send like a whole bunch of messages, so I was
Yeah, and it was
kind of
4th of July.
lost.
No, Leo, don't worry about it. Don't worry
What
about
he
Leo.
was trying to
I'm
do.
talking about, hold on a second. I'm talking about somebody else. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so he'll come back now. Also, Diego, I'm live right now, so just whatever you say, the whole world can hear it. But anyways, anyways, yeah. So you get the idea with the seniors and things like if we can take those on, which are hard cases but are really good, if we can meet with them and everything else, then we can keep working with students. If not, then we can only work with younger kids, and that's okay too. But it's awesome if we can do that.
Yeah, like today I met with Addie.
Yeah, exactly.
The La Marinda girl.
Yep.
Yeah. So her target schools are like all the CCAA schools because of her grades.
Yep.
But I know a lot of the coaches from there, so I've been trying to guide her on what school she should go to and stuff.
Okay. The big thing for her is she needs to use the AI system and send.
Yeah. So I looked over. I told her that she needed to send me all the screenshots she had with Stanislaus State and Monterey Bay.
Cool.
And the Stan State head coach loves her.
Cool. Yeah. That's awesome. So they're worried about that, but we can talk about it. So,
she's going to their ID camp.
Yeah.
In
soon.
3 days.
Yeah, it's possible that could work out. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I told her if.
Okay, hold on, Diego. Mr. Naman, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Well, we were just talking about another student. Thank you so much. We're excited to talk to you. I can't see you. Are mom and dad around?
My mom's going to join the meeting.
Oh.
I sent her the code.
Thank you about
I'm
that.
at my dad's house right now.
Okay. I don't know why it didn't work, but either way, thank you for your patience. While we're waiting for her, the gentleman here who's listening in, his name is Diego. He played college soccer. He was a former student of mine. Part of our job today is to kind of scare you away and be like, hey, maybe you don't want to play college soccer. And if we can scare you away, then that's a part of our job. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's my mom.
So perfect. Awesome. Hello, everybody. Oh, we'll wait 1 second. No worries. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Hi, Triple T. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you both so much for coming. I can't see you, so if you're angry or upset while I'm talking, please let me know. There you go. Perfect. Naman, can I see you too or no?
It says unable to access camera because I'm doing it through my phone right now.
Okay. It's okay. I forgive you.
I don't know. I'll figure it out after this.
Okay. So thank you so much for both your time. I was just telling your son that the gentleman listening here is a former student of mine, and you guys are going to get to talk to him too. And part of our job today is to scare your son away from wanting to play college soccer. So having said that, the first question I have briefly is, who found us first?
I found you guys.
Perfect. And what did you tell your mom about us?
Well, I just started to kind of like watch the video, and she just watched it. And I mean, because I was in the meeting like on Wednesday or something, and you said just make sure your mom watched the video too, and I just sent her the video and she watched it.
Okay, thank you for watching that longer video. I really appreciate it. It's really important, just that way I can like help you guys as best I can, and I can spend today talking about your son. So that kind of brings me to this kind of next question, which is, I want us to achieve 3 things. The first one is I want to see if I can scare you away from playing college soccer, which I talked about. And then I want you guys to interview me and I want to interview you. And by the end of the call, I expect us to have an answer on whether or not we're the right fit. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. So let me just to begin with, Naman, tell me what you've done so far in this process, just so I have an idea.
Well, so before I went to there's a showcase in Tennessee for MLS Next.
Mhm.
Before I went to that, I kind of just emailed like very few. I just kind of emailed mostly California coaches. Emailed, and then after this, like one of the parents had a list of which coaches came to our games, and I just kind of emailed the coaches that came to our games.
Okay.
After that,
And then, so up to this point, how many phone calls have you had?
none.
So you haven't
None.
had any phone calls. Have you had any visits?
No.
Okay. And just to confirm, what year do you graduate high school?
2026.
Okay, cool. And you have roughly a 3.4 GPA?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure I have the right information. And having said that, if I were to ask you, what is it that you want the most help with? What would you say that is?
Just like getting more exposure, probably. Like just like getting more like responses. Like, yeah, probably that.
Okay, got it. Now, if I were to ask your mom the same question, what do you think he needs the most help with? What would you say?
Yeah, I think he's kind of right. I think we probably don't come from that background of sports and how to really approach, especially college admissions through with that background and that expertise. I mean, if he was doing the regular STEM, I would have been able to to help him out much more. So definitely, that is one area where we don't have that much exposure on how things work, and is it really worth it, and what are the gotchas, and in going through that route. If someone can guide us on that, I think that is what Naman needs the most.
Okay, cool. Definitely. If we can help you, we would like to do that too. So that brings me to this. Why do you want to play college soccer, Naman? Why are you going to put your mom through all this? Why not just go to school? Why do you want to do all this?
Well, it's I just want to go pro, and I don't have to play college soccer. Like I don't have, but I want to play college soccer to get there. That's kind of like my main reason.
Okay, so you want to play at the highest level. Now, Mom, just to be clear, I played college soccer and then I went pro because of college. And I learned the hard way that I'm really grateful for my education. So you talk about STEM. I want it to be very, very clear. And it was in that longer video you guys got to see that education comes first. Would you both agree with me?
Yeah.
Okay, you too, Mom?
I think, yeah, more than me, it's about him. I mean, I absolutely feel that that's very important.
Okay.
Your mental health is it comes through, that exposure.
Yes, very well said. So here, your son has a very similar dilemma as I did when I was his age. I just want to play soccer, and my parents want me to go to school. He's a young man. That's what made him really good at soccer, because he loves soccer. Now, luckily, unless he gets a pro contract tomorrow, and even if he did, I would still tell him to go to school. But right now, he doesn't have a pro contract tomorrow. Correct, Naman?
No.
So that means if you want to go pro, Naman, you must go to college. Now, the good news is, Mom, if he goes to college because of soccer, he could get a better education. Like he could get more money. He could also have the school be a better academic school because he's good at soccer. So the good news is we get to combine both of our desires. So that's the good news. Now, the next thing is I kind of want to explain like how I see your situation right now. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So look, you're a good soccer player, but you are a goalkeeper, and coaches already know what they need in a goalkeeper 3 to 4 years in advance. So the fact that you haven't had any phone calls yet, especially with D1 schools after June 15th, like that's a big red flag for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if you're serious about going pro, if that's like actually what you want to do, the best players that go pro, like we had a sophomore who's your age already commit to Duke. Like, and he's a different position, but like you're a very good soccer player. That kid is on track to go pro. You are off track. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really important, if that's your goal, that we have to focus on college very aggressively. And then from your mom's perspective, we want him to go find a school that fits academically and athletically. And because he's a goalkeeper, they kind of already know what they want in advance. Does that make sense? Because you only need 2 or 3 goalkeepers a year, if probably more like 2 at the most. Does that make sense? Okay. So from my perspective, you're behind. So the analogy I want to give you is you have a boat. Your boat's really nice. It's a pretty boat, meaning you're a good soccer player. I saw your video. I do think you're Division I level, but you don't have any offers, correct?
No.
And because you don't have any offers or even phone calls or visits, you don't get the privilege to focus on only D1 schools. If you only want to email D1 schools, don't work with us. That will not help you play D1. You have to be more open-minded. With your grades, you're also limited, but also open. Like if you had a 4.0 and above, you only want to go to those 10 schools. With your grades, there's a lot more flexibility. But from an academic scholarship perspective, our students who get a 3.5 and above almost always get $60,000 to $80,000. You could be in the same boat, but you have to get a consistent 3.5 and above.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I can get that.
Okay, good. That's really helpful for us. So, and it's also helpful for the college coaches. That then leads me basically to this. As I see it, you're behind, but if I can fix your boat, meaning I need to fix your video, like your video is good, like the soccer part is good, but it doesn't have the self-interview. It doesn't have the intro page. It's also on a Google Drive, which you cannot use for college coaches. And I don't know what your email template is, but if it's anything like your highlight video, it is incorrect. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
So I would expect that, for us to be in a further along place. So I want to show you what that looks like real quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So while we were talking, when you guys were kind of talking about like what it is you need help with, this is kind of what I drew out for you. So I need to fix your video. Okay, that's number one. That's really important to me. It's a good video, meaning like you're a good soccer player and like you're really comfortable outside of your box and coming out, but like, and you set really well, but like there was no self-interview. I don't know your GPA. I don't know your grad year. Like you can't send this to a college coach. Okay, so that's number one.
Yeah, okay.
Number two is I want to be able to your video. Then you saw the AI system, right?
Yeah.
All right. So look, imagine you're this boat, okay? And I'm basically telling you that anybody that lays eyes on your boat is going to like you. And that's how I feel. But right now, you have nobody looking at your boat. They're looking at other boats.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I had one like D1 coach that really liked me. So I'm like kind of talking to him, but I don't like phone call with him. Like, I don't know anything like
what school is that?
Like Purdue, Fort Wayne. Or something like
That's a good school. Academically, you don't have the grades for that school as of today, but that doesn't mean they can't still get you in. I guess my follow-up question to you would briefly be, do you think one school's interest is enough to get recruited?
No.
Right. So I'm glad that's one. I need to do the next stage, which is what we talk about navigating. So you're already talking to a coach. Great. What do we do? Yeah. Do we need to follow up? Do they need a video? Like as a goalkeeper, you also need to have a training video. Did you see that? You saw the long video. So I'll just show you really quickly. Well, we have to have a training video. You have to have multiple highlight videos. You have to have specific crossing, side volleys, your feet. So we need like 15 videos of you. Does that make sense?
Okay.
All right. Then we have to respond to coaches. So like now we're responding to them. You already talked about your one school. Have you booked any camps this summer?
I'm going to Cal Poly camp.
Okay.
There's just Cal Poly SLO.
Okay, that's great. Cal Poly, I got recruited by Cal Poly. I know the coaches, my former college coach was at Cal Poly. There's a bunch of things you need to do before and after and even during the camp. Otherwise, it's, as you've heard, like it can be a waste of money. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So step 2 is who likes me. So we do all this. This is kind of like the first 2 weeks. Then we find out who likes you, right? We send out this email. I'm going to give you a list of schools that I think are a good fit for you. Then we get the feedback. Some of those are D3, some of those are D2, and we're going to email every D1 school. So you're going to, our goal is to play you D1. But if you only aim for D1 schools, you will end up arguably with nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if you get on a call and they say, who are you being recruited by? And you go, you're the only school I've spoken to. They are not going to like that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So then we get to be picky. This is kind of like month 3-ish. Hey, who do I like? And then as we get further along, I want us to go through these steps a lot. And I don't want us to operate here forever. I want us to be in these steps for the next, year, frankly, going, who likes me? Who do I like? Who likes me? Who do I like? Because this is the final stage and it's very difficult. I do not want you going to a school that they don't believe you can play pro. Because if you really want to play college, forget the division. Your college coach is going to be who helps you play pro.
Yeah.
Every summer, you have to be on a USL 2 team. Your college coach is the one that's going to be in charge of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I get that.
Yes.
I have a question on
Please.
the D1, D2, these levels
Yes.
and the colleges.
Yes.
So if you end up not playing for a D1 college, then what are your chances of going pro? Does that reduce?
Good question. It definitely does reduce. It still happens. The slightly better question is like, who is the right coach to help you play college? But to answer your question, when it's time to go pro, there's 3 ways basically. He gets drafted. 95% of the students drafted are D1. So if you want to do the simple route, you got to be in D1 soccer. I played D1. Diego had played D1. I was never drafted. Okay, nobody ever picked me. Naman, do you know Femi?
No.
Okay, I'll tell you about him later. He's a famous TikToker, and basically he played at Penn State, which is a very good school, did not get drafted, but he's playing pro now. So that was exactly kind of what I did. And it helped a lot when I would tell pro coaches I played D1 soccer. So yeah, D1 helps. But if he's the best player in D2, that could be better than being on a low-level team in D1. Does that make sense? Now, D3 soccer is really education-oriented, more so than the other schools. But on the same token, there's so many new teams popping up. Like by the time your son is going to be eligible to play pro, there's going to be a team in San Diego. There's going to be another team in LA. There's going to be a lot more pro teams. So because of that, if he plays D3 and that coach has a direct connection, then that's a better place to be than the D1 school sometimes. Does that make sense? So the answer is it's about the coach. However, look, you want your son to get better at soccer. He has to be playing with better players. They're at the D1 level. So the goal is Division 1. And if I didn't think that was possible, then I would have to tell you, hey guys, look, if you want to work with me, we can only focus on D3. I don't think you can play D1. And then you guys could decide if you want to work with me. I've seen his video. I know the club he plays for. I think D1 is realistic, but it's not easy. We had a goalkeeper commit last year to Pacific, which is in the same league as Cal Poly. And like, it was a very difficult process. We had to do a lot. He had to have 3 other schools who made him an offer to get to the school he wanted. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. Good question. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It's just that I always kind of like wonder, like, what's the right balance? These all D1 colleges actually good in academics, or do we have to make a choice even after we picked a D1 that, okay, this is not a good academic school?
Good question. So that obviously comes to his major, which for him, he's, thinks he knows what he wants to study. So the answer is every school has a pretty good program. And as you know, it's what he does in the summer is how he's going to get a job. So let's say he goes to X school and the education is okay. I went to a small school that was not famous for their education, but I worked really hard in the summer so I could get a job. So that's the most important. However, there are some schools let's say as we're going through the process, he has an offer from a D3 school with an amazing education, but less good soccer team, and a D1 school with less good education, but a great soccer team. Great. Let's have a discussion as a family and figure out what the best decision is. I want that to happen. Does that make sense? That's the problem I want us to face. But the answer is, yeah, there are some schools with better educations than others, and our job is to help you guys decide where to balance. Maybe we say, hey, you know what? This school's got a worse education, but they have internships for him every summer, and that's better because he can get a job.
I see.
Yeah.
I also have a question.
Yes.
Do you think you get recruited to D1 more if you go to like a community college for 1 or 2 years?
Good question. The answer is no, and Diego can talk about this because he's a transfer student. The answer is if you go to community college, you're bad goods. Think about a rotten apple at a grocery store and you get put in the bad apple section. Even if you're a baller, they're wondering, why didn't you go D1 out of high school? Why did you have bad grades? So it's more difficult. However, if you didn't have a choice, then going from junior college to D1 is still possible because you're a transfer, which they do like transfers. You're older. And if your junior college kills it, it's possible. But if you were to ask me, here's the good news, Naman. We're going to try and get you recruited so you're not going to junior college. But if you decided, hey, I want to go to junior college for whatever reason, then the process isn't any different. It's the exact same thing we have to do now. And if you really want to go D1, the D1 schools would literally have to say to you, Naman, we want you to come to our school, but could you please go to junior college for 1 year so we can recruit you for the next class? So if you want to play D1 from junior college, you need to get recruited by D1s now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Does that make sense? Like if you go to junior college, they're not just going to watch you. In fact, you're in more trouble because right now you're 26. Let's just pretend you became a junior college kid. You'd only have 6 months to get recruited for D1, and that's a pain in the butt. We do that, but like we don't really want to work with transfers. We do because we want to help everybody, but I don't work with any juniors going into their senior year, for example. because it's not realistic for D1 unless they're really far along the process. But you are not. Like if you told me what you told me today, I would tell you I could help you, but you're not playing D1 if you were going into your senior year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that brings me kind of to the last thing here. Well, almost last thing. So there are other people that kind of do what I do, but it's important for me that you understand how that works. So here is the other companies, which you've probably heard of, right? You've heard of NCSA before?
Yeah.
Okay. So NCSA, I bought NCSA, Diego bought NCSA. Almost every student I've ever worked with has had NCSA or one of these. Your club probably has a connection to these as well. I don't care. They don't hurt you. Okay. But here's the problem. They claim to have this platform. That's their whole thing. We have a platform. And on our platform, you're going to get recruited. I can show you a recording with a student that decided that, they want to play college soccer, that they hated NCSA. They had their older kids do it. Look, I wish it worked. Because it would be easy. Post your thing, get recruited, happy days. But unfortunately it doesn't, which is why I got started doing what I'm doing, because it didn't work. So your price, this is typically how much I charge for my services, but this is not going to be your price, because basically when I know your club, I basically do a little bit of research and I know some of your coaches and I have a relationship. So will get discounted. So that's separate. The other selfish thing is, look, my job is I want to help kids play college soccer. And if I think a kid can play D1, then I want to help them because I think that it makes what I do look better. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So there is a selfish part of it. Having said that, I don't think you're going to play D1 without a lot of work. So I need you to I need to edit all your videos. So you need to give me training video. I need a side volley video. I need a foot video. I need a lot of videos. And we're going to have you work with a goalkeeper coach because we need that to happen specifically. Does that make sense?
I have a goalkeeper coach right now.
Sorry. This is specific for the recruiting process. Great. I want you to have your private coach. But I'm talking, this is how you get recruited as a goalkeeper.
Okay. I don't know what you meant.
No worries. Like your current coach, your goalkeeper coach, we need him to do a training video. We are going to have him, we're going to tell him what to do for that.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Cool.
He went to play at USF.
I know. I don't know who your coach is. I'm sorry, but I had a feeling it's the same coach within your club, right?
No, he's not the club coach. Okay. I do it through this thing called Golden Glove.
Yeah, I know Golden Glove Academy. Okay.
You do?
Which coach are you working with?
Jay.
Yeah, okay. I know Jay. Jay has so we're going to need Jay in your emails. He's got to be a reference for us.
Okay, all right.
So we'll talk about that. Then you're going to have unlimited access to us. And then we have a guarantee, which we'll talk about in a minute. But if we don't get you recruited, genuinely recruited, in 3 months, then we'll refund you. And we'll say, look, I thought I was good at my job, but I was wrong about you. And then you don't deserve to pay me. Does that make sense?
Okay.
All right. So that brings us to the last thing, to what it looks like to work with us. Let me actually stop there for a second. From your perspective, Naman, we're looking at, if you give me a 3.5, we're looking at $30,000 to $60,000 in academic, and we might get athletic also, but just academic. That's what we're looking at. And the schools will say, hey, here's your academic package. But they also go to the academics and say, we want the kid for soccer. Can you give him money? So it's technically academic, but it doesn't really matter where it comes from. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So having said that, take away my fee for a second. Let's say I was $10,000 just as an example. I'm not, but just pretend. We're hoping to get you 30 to 60. So take that to a side for a minute. My question to you is this what I've described to you what you think you need to play college soccer?
Yeah, probably. Like from what I've heard, I mean, it's better than NCSA because I did like a meeting with them, and it was like, all right, like they didn't have too many things, but yeah.
Yeah, I know those. I'm sorry that it was like that, to be honest. And from your mom's perspective, do you think this type of help would benefit your son? This video 24/7?
Yeah, and I think this could definitely put him out there, because I think one thing is, you being a good player, and the other thing being the visibility. And if, how that gets done, then absolutely that's something I'm sure will help. I just had one last question about, I know you've kind of trained a lot of kids out there. Could you give me like a sense of like what your success rate is with D1 placements versus other placements?
Yeah, let me pull it up for you.
Versus the money back.
Yes, well said. So we've had students quit entirely. Like we go through the process and they're like, Zev, this is too much work. We don't want to do it. And that's okay. But that's why it's a 98% success. And it's not 100% because some kids quit. So here is the entire list of 2020. This is the entire list of 2024. We've already got some kids who've been recruited for 25 already. So these students are done. We just had another one go to Duke, who will be going to Duke. And that happened, as I mentioned, a couple of days ago. But this was last year. So these are all the Division I schools. Most of the time, and I'll give you their phone numbers and everything so you can like talk to them if you want to. Most of our students go to a range of, I would probably say it's about 30% Division I, 20% Division II, and 45% to 50% academic D3s. So those are kind of our ranges. And the main reason is obviously Division I is more difficult. So that's one thing. The other thing is when it comes to goalkeepers, of the percentage of students that are playing D1 for goalkeepers, most of our kids are goalkeepers that play D1. Like this goalkeeper I mentioned at Pacific, there's another one at Cal Poly. So that's kind of the range, but I'll be the first to tell you, most kids don't play D1 soccer. Our goal is that he is that player though.
I mean, of course, if somebody doesn't want to go pro, then I think it probably is much better for them to go D3 with a good academic school.
That's right.
Versus going D1. So I think it's also about personal preference, and success criteria comes from, did you get matched to your preference?
Right. Well said. And also, like I told you, we will prioritize academics. So like if a student could go to a low tier D1 school or a high academic D3, we will tell them to go to the high academic D3. And that has happened before because we prioritize academics. Now your son's in a different situation because he told me he wants to go pro. So
he wants to go pro. Yeah.
Right. So the other thing is, let me show you this because this will help you. So for the students that are capable of maybe going pro and want to go pro, this is how we work because it's a little bit different. So we have these meetings every Sunday. He's going to talk to pro soccer players who played college first. So that's one. He's also going to talk to some goalkeepers who are playing college soccer. And also he's going to get his one-on-one coach. So you won't talk to me every day, but you're going to have a specific coach who, I'm not a goalkeeper, who is specific to you, to your son. So that's number one. Number two is he's going to book us as much as he wants, but we're going to ask him for the first month. We pretty much want to see him every week. That's kind of non-negotiable. Does that make sense? Okay. Because we have a lot. He's behind. You only have one camp signed up for it. You have no phone calls. You're a really good soccer player. I need to fix your videos. So we have some work we need to do. Then he's going to message us all the time on Discord, which you saw. We will edit all of his videos. We will have a moment where we go through game video review. Does your private coach do that with you? Like go through your full game of 90 minutes?
Nah.
Okay. So that's
really.
okay. But like we want to do that because it's important. Like there's a clip in your video that I was going to show you where you grab the ball and the moment you grab it, you look to play. Yes, this one. So right here, right, the video, you're thinking the video's over, but I'm watching you still. And right here, you're going to roll the ball, correct? That is the incorrect decision. You should not do that. The ball should drop to your feet first, then make him come to you, then you play. And that's what a college coach wants. And I need to go through video with you like that. Does that make sense? Like the problem with this is they can start a press right away and your team's not in position. So like when I fix your video, like this is a problem. It's 2 seconds, but that's how specific I am. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, okay.
Okay. All right. So that brings me to that's the committed list. Okay.
By the way, his email address is incorrect. It's IT.
Oh, yeah.
It's not UTS. It's ITS. It's
okay. Perfect. Thank you. I will fix that. This was the email that I had.
Yeah. No, I think I just missed.
It says IT.
When I was writing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's ITS, not UTS.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will fix that right now. Okay. Perfect. So ITS. Okay.
Yeah.
So now the next thing is, so we've got these meetings. We got to go through game video. You saw the Google Drive and the AI system. So here's the thing with the pro. So we're with you for lifetime. Okay. So forever. We have a student now. I'll show you it. We have a group text that you'll be a part of. Not yet. But basically how it works is for our students who commit, we want them to start working on going pro. So this is a student that's at UCSB. He's playing USL 2 now, and he's going to be going to some pro tryouts while he's in college. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that is what we want you to do too, because that's what you told me you're interested in. But that's,
I mean, I also have like like a USL2 connection because SF Glens is also
Of course.
USL2.
And Diego
So-
is from your area. You can see where he's got SF on his shirt there. So Diego is
Okay.
somebody that you're going to work with also because we know Glens really, really well. And the Glens USL2 is going to be something we're going to need to leverage.
Yeah, they're good. Nah, I've seen some of their games.
They're very good. But if you can train with them, if you can get some, we'll help you email them. But if you want to go pro, it's really important.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, this is a lifetime deal. Now, if in the first 3 months of us working together, you're not being recruited, then being recruited, by the way, that's not an offer. I'm not guaranteeing an offer. I cannot guarantee an offer. But I'm saying if in the first 3 months, you're not having phone calls, getting invites, getting compliments on your video, real genuine interest, then I'll say, look, if I can't get you recruited in 3 months, I can't help you at all, and you get your refund. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right.
Okay. So let me ask your mom, and Mom, let me ask you this first. First of all, does it make sense how we would help you?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing is take away the money for a second, right? There's a big discount there because we know Glens. We have a semi-affiliation with them just because I know who they are. Selfishly, I want to work with you. And then the main piece is I want you to play pro soccer if you can. So the scholarship, if you get me above a 3.5, there's good money there. So take the money aside for a second. I only work with one goalkeeper per year. So I will not work with another goalkeeper unless they want to go to a D3 school or a D2 school. I will not work with another goalkeeper of your son's class. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So because of that, I have to ask for an answer from you guys by tomorrow because I have other goalkeepers that want to work with us. Having said that, I don't want you to decide right now. I need you to think about it. But let's pretend, Naman, you had to work with me today. What questions might you have for me?
Well, my only question would be like, if you could just like, well, I don't really necessarily have questions. I just just need help, like getting like the emails right and like doing all the stuff I'm supposed to do. Cause like you already went D1. So like, I feel like you know how to like, I don't know, like talk to coaches.
Yeah. So when you're on the Discord, like I told you, we need to meet with you. So during your very first meeting, we're going to, first of all, look at what you've already done so we can see where you're at. But number two, we're going to fix your video. Literally, I expect within the first like week and a half, your video's done, your emails are written, and you're going to start using the AI right away. And I want us to email, we're going to have to email some D3s and D2s, but I want us to email the D1s like right away also. That makes sense. And because of the AI system, what would have normally taken you, either you wouldn't have ever done it because it's too much work, or what would have normally taken you 50 hours, it'll take us literally 20 minutes a day for a week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. From your mom's perspective, I want to answer any questions you might have as well.
How often would you be engaged directly with Naman?
Good questions. Good question.
The coaches or the students, the current students of D1 colleges or whoever your recruits are, how would that engagement work? You said it's going to be like weekly, every week one-on-ones, but what is the structure of those one-on-ones?
Good question. So like we did a Zoom meeting today, he's going to get a one-on-one coach. You won't talk directly to me, but I monitor everything. So this is all I do. Like yesterday was 4th of July. All I did was help kids play college soccer. So what the meetings will look like is he will sign on Sundays. And in those meetings, it's like a group meeting, but then he'll break off with his one-on-one coach for an hour and a half. And he's going to talk about where's your video at? Where's your ID camp? Let me see your email. Let me see how to respond. Diego was just explaining to me before our call to get ready. We have a student who's getting recruited by Oregon State. So because of that, he needs to do different things for that school than he would do for Cal Poly or other schools we're going to. Then on top of the Sunday meetings, we want him to book us again, ideally, if he's available, whenever he's available. Like each coach only works with about 4 students at a time. He's available, often. So that way your schedule and his schedule can match up. That Zoom meeting will look just like this. I'll share my screen. We'll talk about what we need to do. You guys saw that Google Drive before the call, right? Where I work with the student and we write down the date of everything. Did you see that part? Mm-hmm. So we're going to write down the date and we'll go July 7th, do this, and this. Then in the Discord, did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? So that way we're on top of him so he gets it done. But I'll be the first to say, here's the next step. I'm going to send over the email that you guys saw. There's a contract and the contract says this. If you don't give us video, Naman, we're going to fire you. Okay. Now I already have your high video, so you've already passed that test. But if you don't continuously give us video when we request it, we will fire you. Number 2, if your grades drop below a 3.5, right now they're like on the cutting edge. So we'll say 3.4, unless your mom has a different GPA. then we will also fire you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then the third thing
Okay.
is we expect that if we're not getting genuinely recruited, which means like genuine interest in 3 months, then we'll fire ourselves and then you get your money back. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense to your mom too?
I was gonna say, when you edit the videos, would you just ask me to send my whole like game video, or would you want me to like go in and like find all the clips of me like doing like certain
Good
things?
question. No, we will edit for you. We will ask you, because you're a goalkeeper, like what minute did you touch the ball, just so we can go through it faster. And we also want you to watch your game. But once we get to know you, you won't need to do that actually very often. And we'll you say, hey, I played really well in this game. Here's the moments I touched the ball, and you give it to us and we'll edit the rest of it.
Yeah. Well, also because we started using Trace nowadays, so
it
it just has it under my name.
Perfect. Here's
all
the
of
only
it.
problem with Trace. Sometimes it misses moments, which I'm sure you've
Yeah,
experienced.
it does.
Sometimes it doesn't
misses.
do the circle. So the good news with your Trace is it will help you do it faster because you can give us the timestamp. But when it misses it, we don't want to miss it. So then you would tell us so we don't miss it. But the answer is yes, we have a partnership with Trace. That's a Trace box right there, that green one. So we just need, though, we may need your password, which is normal. We have access. I bought the whole thing, so I have access to it. But the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. From your mom's perspective, let's pretend you had to work with me today. What questions might you have?
I think no questions as such at this point. I think I did ask a few. And in terms of like just your fee structure, maybe I just need to understand that a little bit more. And what after discounts would it look like? And what is a per month versus what's a lifetime fee? And
okay, so sorry, let me explain that. So we only have one option. We are with you for life. That's the only way we work with our kids. So the reason we do the payment up front in the first 3 months is because if we don't get results in the first 3 months, then we can't work with you. So we expect you guys to be as committed as we are. So we've tried other models, right, where we spread it out. Look, it comes out, if we're with them, let's just say through college and in pro, it comes out to like literally $12 a month, but we want you to get recruited. And so we have to do it up front in the 3 months. So that's why we do that model. And that's the only offer we have. There is no other offer where we go, here's another model. I've genuinely tried. I've tried to do everything I can to help as many people as I can, but does not get the results. And since we want to get your son a scholarship of $30,000 to $60,000, this is what it takes.
got it. Okay.
Yeah. So here's the last thing. I'm going to send over the email. There's the contract. I must hear from you guys by tomorrow. If tomorrow you say to me, hey, Zev, we spoke to my father or my friend, we need another day, that's okay as long as you email me. But if you don't email me at all, then I'm going to have to look to give the spot away to another goalkeeper who wants to work with us.
All right.
Sound like plan? Okay, last thing, just from your mom's perspective, are you leaning towards yes, maybe, or no? Just so I have an idea.
I will leave it to Naman on what he thinks is best. I'm here to support him and whatever decision he makes. And unless, there are any red flags that we find over time, which of course I'm happy to discuss with you.
Sure. So let me then ask you, Naman, are you leaning towards yes, maybe, or no?
Probably like in between, maybe and a yes. I don't know. I'll see what other people like. Maybe I'll like talk to one of my coaches. Like maybe I'll ask Jay about it, and I can ask like what he thinks about it and
Absolutely.
whatnot.
I would say here's a couple questions. Can I write this down for you? I'll put it in your email. Here's what you should ask Jay.
All right.
Because I will tell you. Here we go. So the first thing is, I'm going to email it to you. I'll share. You can see my screen or no?
Yeah.
You can? Here, let me share my screen. All right. So here's to ask Jay. First of all, you could say to Jay, like, do you recommend NCSA? You see what he says. He should say no. If he doesn't say no, that's a red flag. The next thing is you can say, Jay, will you help me with every email I ever get? And there's no way he's going to say yes to that. But if he does and you believe him, great. But most coaches don't have that time. That's why we only do this. Then you want to say, Jay, will you make multiple phone? Will you make, you can change the phrasing, of course, but will you make over 20 calls for me? And the answer is also probably no. And the reason that's important is because nobody can do this process or cares as much as you do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then the next thing.
No, wait, what I meant by that was what he thinks about like this. Like, would you rather have me work with a single person or like with like NCSA as a thing? Like that's what
Totally.
I mean. I mean like because I don't think Jay would do all that.
And I think you also mentioned that you do know like the club and the folks there. So I think it would just be good to kind of like have like a close the loop on that and make sure that we have a good understanding. I think that's what Naman meant probably.
Yeah, totally. I think if they know me, they only know me through the couple players that we've worked with or through my social media. I know them better than they know me. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyways, I'll put those questions for you, but absolutely. Those are all great questions for you to ask. My only concern is always there. And this is, I hope you take it with a grain of salt. My job today was to scare you away entirely, right, from playing college soccer. Every coach will basically say, from my experience, hey, you don't need anybody. Just do it yourself. Send some emails. That's what you've done up to this point, and it has not gotten you the results you need. So just be careful. All I'm saying, you don't have to work with me. Work with whoever you want, but just know nobody cares as much as you do. And all I'm really doing is empowering you.
Yeah, okay. All right, I get that.
Yeah, no, very good. It was lovely talking to you all. I really appreciate your time. And Naman, did I manage to scare you away at all from wanting to play college soccer? No, sorry, Mom. I tried my best. I tried my best. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna, like I said, you got the email, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Mr. Diego, I'm still live, and I think we have another one coming up. So one thing, Diego, and I don't think I did it, but did you follow along on the slide?
Yeah, on the script.
Yeah, perfect. So it's helpful because like it allows them to see what we're doing and everything like that. So then what you do after, and I would like you to start doing these if you're up for it. Like I want you to start doing them ASAP. So then what you do is you go to Monday. Monday's how we keep track of everybody because we want to make sure we help everyone. And I don't want to ever overlap, right? Because I only will work with one goalkeeper in his class. So then what you do is you type in his name. And how to spell his name? His name is Naman, N-A-M-A-N. So you type in N-A-M-A-N, and then his name should pop up. Then you make a note to yourself like goalkeeper, very good. Follow up because I really liked him. I think he's a good player. So I would put it there, and that's it. Now you don't have to do anything else. You already sent the email. I would have given you the template. And then every time somebody says no to us, if they say no to us, that's totally fine. We don't want to work with anybody that doesn't want to work with us. But we always want to help people. So sometimes I can give them, right now I have nothing to give them, but hopefully one day I could give them something. Even the free call that we do is hopefully helpful. So no matter what, even if you call me and we don't work together, usually it's helpful. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's that. And then that's how we do those. And then I sent the email over. So then that's it. Now we have another call in 2 minutes. So you want to be on this call with us again?
Yeah, I'm going to be on this one as well.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to hang up here and jump on to that meeting. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there's one other thing I want to show you. So when we're working with a student, they fill out a form, and it takes them pretty long. It takes them like 10 minutes to fill it out. Sometimes, anyway, depends how quickly they fill it out. So what I can do, am I sharing my screen? Yeah. Is I look them up. I already looked this kid up before, but we always want to look them up before, like you've done that before, and basically see what their situation is, what their video is like, why do they want to talk to us. And sometimes my form acts funky, so it doesn't pop them up right away, which is really annoying, but this one did. So then here's their information, 4.0 EDP. He's going into 10th grade. He's got his video. I've already spoken to this family on social media, so like they know about me. And also both the parents are going to be there, which I love. And as we look through the video now, like that, I can't even tell what's happening. So like that's a problem, obviously. So we'll talk to him and we'll see where they're at. Okay, I'm going to hang up here and we'll talk soon.
Cool.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hey. Doing great.
Perfect. Good to see you again. I'm excited to chat with you all. Just before we begin, could I ask you guys, what are the questions that come off the top of your head?
what's like the main thing that I have to do like at this age, since I'm going into 10th grade and I can't really get recruited yet? Like, what's the main thing besides like emailing that I'm going to someone's camp or something like that?
Okay, good. That's helpful. We can talk about that in just a minute. And you can be recruited, so that is incorrect. They can email you back. And so we'll talk about that in a second.
All right.
But having said that, that's helpful. Could I ask who found me first?
Me.
Perfect. Then what did you tell mom and dad about me?
I just told you I saw you on TikTok and all your like recruiting things where you go to their matches and talk to them. And I just said that like
take your time.
like I'm taking to the water. I think that you're legit and that we should talk to you because it could help a lot.
Awesome. Okay, so is it okay if I kind of talk about the agenda for today?
Yes.
So the goal here is to see if we're the right fit kind of to work together, as you guys know. And so I have to ask a couple questions. And likewise, I want you to ask me some questions, see if I'm, any good at what I do. And then the other piece, I want to see if I can scare, your son away from playing college soccer entirely. So mom and dad can just relax and chill and have vacation on the weekend instead of trying to being like a maniac. Sound like a deal? Does that sound like a deal?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Great.
So obviously I know what grade you're in. I've seen your video. Tell me what you've done so far in order to try to get recruited.
I haven't really done much yet, but I've gone to a couple of ID camps. I went to the University of Maryland with Sasha. I'm going to another one in a couple of weeks at Washington College in Maryland. But besides that, I haven't really done that much.
Okay, got it. Super helpful. And this is for you first, Dylan. What do you think you need the most help with?
Making videos and like making a profile and stuff and how to like get seen, because especially at my league, it's not getting looked at very much. So
yes, there's definitely truth to that. Okay, that's really helpful. And from your parents' perspective, what is it that you think Dylan needs the most help with?
I think Dylan hit the nail on the head, just how to, market himself essentially.
Okay. And as of now, I just want to make sure, I know you mentioned you don't think you'd be recruited, but you haven't had any phone calls with any teams yet?
No.
And you haven't had anybody talk about visiting in the fall?
No.
Okay. So just to be very clear, that for Division III schools at the top academic level, that is allowed. And that is where our students are at this stage, which is why I'm asking. Now, we'll talk about your level, which we're going to talk about in a minute, but I just wanted to be whether you work with me or not, you can talk to college coaches. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So that brings us basically to kind of this next question. Why do you want to play college soccer? Why do you want to put your parents through all this? Why do you want to put me through all this?
Because I love the sport. It's just like, it brings me happiness, and I'm determined to just get there because that's what I want to do with myself sometimes. Just like, and get to all the time pretty much, and also get to a good academic school for a job maybe in the future. Yep, jobs definitely in the future for sure. From your parents' perspective, why do you want to see Dylan play college soccer?
He loves it. I mean, it makes him happy. It's exactly what he said. He enjoys playing soccer, and then we enjoy watching him play soccer. I mean, it's I think it just brings a lot of happiness to all three of us.
Amazing.
Seriously, want to have nothing to do with it, but
yeah, I understand. Okay, that's really helpful. So if it's okay with, I wanted to ask your father. I didn't hear your son had mentioned what he thinks he wants help with: exposure, fixing the videos, creating a profile, as you might call it. Is there anything else you think he needs help with?
In terms of what?
In terms of getting recruited.
Nothing that I can, I'm not really aware of the process. So, it's difficult for me to say what he needs help with.
Okay, that's good for me to know. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is kind of give you my diagnosis. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so here's the analogy I want to give you. You have a boat. Okay, you are the boat. And we're about to set sail to play college soccer, go into the big, scary ocean where there's monsters and big waves and everything else. In full transparency, Division I soccer is not realistic for you. That's my opinion. Division III soccer is realistic. Now, the good news is the best academic schools are in Division III, Having seen your video, and your video is not perfectly updated, so you might be better than what I've seen, but that's all I have to work off of. I don't think Division 1 is realistic, and I don't think Division 2 is realistic. I think Division 3 though is possible. Okay. Now, when it comes to the top academic schools, Chicago, NYU, Johns Hopkins, we're talking the best of the best. I still think that's a reach based off what you told me today. Typically speaking, to give you an idea, those schools are done recruiting in August of your junior year, going into your senior year. They're all done, which means they obviously have to talk to you now.
Okay.
So having said that, you also brought up your EDP situation in your club.
Yes.
Typically speaking, top academic D3, low tier D3 schools, which happen usually not to be the highest academic. Also, the top academic schools don't come to any of your events ever, basically. The good news is for D3 schools, you can get recruited by video and camp alone. You don't need to be seen at a showcase. They prefer it, of course, but they don't need to. For the D1 schools, like I know you mentioned you're going to Maryland, like you can go to those, that's fine. Every time, even if they like you, they're just going to say, we need to see you at a showcase, and you're not going. That makes sense?
Yeah.
So part of my job is to help you either understand that, but also take advantage of, look, you could play Division I soccer if you get significant D3 interest. But today, from what you told me, your boat is sinking if that's what you want to do. Okay. So then the next piece to this is, let's just say, forget D2 and D1. And the reason I skipped D2 entirely is because you are a top academic student. And you did mention what you want to study, so there could be an exception. But typically speaking, if you want to play, if you're going to go to school for academics, you're going to go to D3. You mentioned science, biology. There's some engineering D2 programs that are very good, but biology, it's D3. That's like, those are the best. So, and that's better than D1s also, by the way. So obviously there's the Stanfords and UCLAs. That's slightly different. But having said that, that's where we're aiming. Now, the next thing is this. Your video is really far away from grabbing attention. It's really far. Now, that's not your fault, because I watched your video. You're the best one on your team by like a light year, clearly. You keep the ball really well. In fact, you're so good, you're being forced to dribble way more than any center back in the history of center backs should ever have to do. But because everybody else is not good, you don't have a choice. And it's very clear. Now, that's my job, right? I watch videos. College coaches, some of them will notice what I watch, but to be honest with you, most of them will see the very first 10 seconds of a video when they don't even know which one you are and stop watching. So in going to my analogy, I'm looking at a sinking boat. However, I'm throwing you a lifeline, and I'll be able to pull your boat, or somebody will be able to pull your boat pretty quickly out of the water, because it's not, you're a good soccer player. That's not, if you weren't a good soccer player, then I would say to you, we have a bigger issue if you want to play college soccer. Like I said, now the question is this, and this is just me being honest. If you want to play like at the top D3, like University of Chicago is the best one. Okay.
Yeah.
They recruit MLS Next kids almost only, and you're quite a few tiers below that. Now, to add to that, I was a JV soccer player. The gentleman who's listening here, his name is Diego. He's a former student of mine who also was told no. And he's here today to try and scare you away like I am. And I believe in kids that deserve it. I can see your passion level on your face. I can see your parents want to help you. I'm 5'6". Everybody told me that I would never play college soccer, and I went on to play pro soccer for 10 years. So your scenario is one that I really fall in love with, but I'm not going to lie to you and say like it's going to be a piece of cake. It's going to be freaking difficult. So that really brings us to the next stages for you. So the way I see it is, number one, I know right now you only have video that probably your parents are filming from this angle. And that's okay, but, and I know your club has a limited resources, but like we're going to have to get a camera higher up. Okay. Does your high school have something like that even?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
And at my club, we do have that as well. But my coach isn't very good at communicating and doing all that stuff. He's not very technologically.
Okay. So I'm so aggressive that I would have you go knock on his door, sit in his house, and go on his computer. Like we need the video. Okay. And there's when you hear the thing, I didn't have video, coaches don't go, oh, no worries, you didn't have video. That's okay. They go, too bad, you're not being recruited. Like there is no workaround there. So I understand, look, he's not the only coach to be terrible at it. Is he using VO?
Yeah, he's using VO.
So he's not the only. Look, VO unfortunately has its problems technology-wise. They don't give you access. It is a pain in the butt. But I don't care is the ultimate answer. And that's a healthy thing for your life. You're going to be told no, and your job interviews, and you have to be the one who's going to be proactive. So having said that, you told me something good, which is that I can get more video view. And your current video has a lot of good moments, okay? Like your very first clip, you lose the ball twice ultimately, then win it back, and then you kick it really big and we don't know where it went. That's not really the video I need them to see. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So we'll talk about fixing your video. So I wrote this out for you, guys, before the call. So let me just pull it up for you. I was getting excited because the other thing is I can feel your passion through this, and that means a lot to me when I go to like what players I want to work with. So that brings us here. Is I got to fix your video, and we got to make more of them. I know you're good. Okay. So just put that over there for a minute. The next thing is I'm going to give you a list. This is not your list, but it's an example list of the top academic D3 schools in the country. And we're going to email them all. Now, there's not that many of them. Okay. In terms of top academic D3, there's like 75, and every single kid with a 4.0 wants to go to those exact same schools. That makes sense?
Yes.
So I tend to, and we'll talk about this, academics for me always come first. Would you guys agree?
Yes, sir.
So naturally I attract, our niche is top academic D3 kids. That's most of our students. I'll show you a list here in a minute of like all of our students and where they've committed to. And 90% of it basically, about almost 90 is top academic D3s. That's where we like to operate because I care about academics. So we got to fix, I don't know. I know you mentioned you're starting, like you haven't started emailing yet. That's great for me.
Yes.
That's like you're a clean chicken that hasn't been marinated yet. I can marinate you myself. If otherwise you've already marinated, I got to clean you off. I got to it's a pain, but I will do it. But I don't have to do that, which is nice. Then look, you're at a problem because all the top academic camps are booked, 90% of them for this summer. So, and I know you've already booked some, and having booked those, they're not a waste. Okay. I will help you leverage them. Like if Maryland end up saying positive things, we can use them as leverage to every D3 school in the country. So we're going to make the most of whatever you booked, but this winter and spring is the only time for you to get recruited because they're going to be done in August. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, next summer, there is some power too. But yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay, then we have to navigate this whole process. We'll talk about your club situation. So if you were to ask me like, Zev, will you help us with the club soccer? Club and college are the same thing. The whole reason you play club is so you can play college. So of course. Then I'm going to give you a pretty big list. Some of these schools you're never going to go to. For example, like there's a school on your that I'm thinking about putting on your list. I haven't decided, but one of the things I'll research is a school that is called Baldwin Wallace. You've never probably heard of them, but they beat Johns Hopkins this year, like by a substantial margin. They are not as recruited though. Like more people email Johns Hopkins than Baldwin Wallace because it's Johns Hopkins. But if you get recruited by Baldwin Wallace for soccer and you have the grades for Johns Hopkins, which you do, that's how we can get recruited by Johns Hopkins. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So there will be some schools on your list that are not for us academically, but help us from a soccer perspective.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then later on, which we will get to talk about, is this is Who Likes Me. This is kind of like month 1.5. Then this is like, who do I like? You know, okay, Johns Hopkins likes me. Yes, I love the school, but the coach is a dick. He's not. He's a really nice guy. But just as an example, you know, I don't want you going to a school that you don't like. Or what if you're a center back and look, there's a good chance you're going to be thrown up as a striker at some point in your career. You know, if you hate that, I don't want you going to a school like that. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So then we have to find out if you love the coach. So I told you academics come first, but the truth is that if your son, and this is why I'm trying to scare him away entirely, is if your son doesn't like his coach, he will be miserable.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So does this step process kind of make sense?
This makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess I should ask you, look, I'm telling you that right now I can help you play D3 at a top academic school. I don't think I can help you play D1 today. We can discuss it later. Is that a deal breaker for you guys?
Not for me.
Okay.
No.
All right. So then we'll keep going. So this is kind of the next stage. And when I'm working with a student, this is basically how I compare to other companies. I'm not a recruiting agency. Okay. That's what these are. I'm an education system. I'm here to educate you on how to get recruited. Now, of course, we tell you what to say and everything, but they're a recruiting system because they have a platform. So their whole thing is, if you go on our recruiting platform, you will get recruited. That on paper is a lovely concept. Like genuinely, it's a great idea. But I can tell you right now, you talk to any school you want at the top academic schools, they hate these sites. They cannot use them because they're not built for top academic kids. They're built for kids that want to go to the middle of nowhere, Iowa, to a small Christian school.
Yep.
Okay. So now, typically this is what I cost. Having said that, there's a couple of things that I am going to change it for you. I'll talk about that in a minute. But the main thing being this. One, I like your scenario because the odds are against you. Like, I'm not saying these people would take anybody on, but let's say there was another version of me, he'd be like, you're a lot of work and, I don't want to bother. And I love this situation. Okay. This is where I do my bread and butter. Kids that normally wouldn't get noticed. I'm a JV soccer player as a junior. So that's one step. The other thing is, I told you I prioritize top academic schools. So if you keep your grades above a 3.8, which you're clearly on track to do, our students so far have gotten a minimum of $80,000 in scholarship. Now, you might go, which is academic, but the reason that is two reasons. One, you commit to the school earlier than everybody else, right? In July and August, they know you're going to commit. So that means there's more money available. Number two is if you do ED1, there's way more money available. Same with ED2, because you will already know you're getting into the school, so the school can already guarantee you money. The main reason, though, is they're going to do a pre-read. So in early July, they can do what's called a pre-read, which is where they will tell you you're going to get into our school and we want you on the team, basically. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, so therefore, the college coach will say to the academics, hey, look, obviously we're a D3 school. We don't have athletic scholarship, but I want the kid. And they will give you more academic money. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I will tell you this. If you go to MIT, Pomona Pitzer, or Hamilton, MIT, Pomona Pitzer, they do not give merit scholarship.
Yeah.
So there are a couple exceptions. Okay. So I want to edit all your videos, which they won't do. You saw the AI system?
Yes, I saw it on your video.
Thank you for watching that. And then we want to talk to you all the time. And then we also have a guarantee. So if you sign up with any of these, they are contract. They're like, you're stuck with us for life or for college. And if it doesn't work out, too bad for you. I don't operate that way. If it's not going to work out, then I don't want you to have to pay me. So that brings me to this. This is what it looks like in your scenario. So I want to share my screen. Okay. So the first thing is we have meetings every Sunday. I am not and never was a top academic student like yourself. We're going to partner you with a one-on-one coach plus me. Okay. Obviously, I'm doing this a lot. I also have experience, but I want you talking to students who are now playing at Hamilton, MIT, Harvard, Brown, University of Chicago. And so this meeting is like a group meeting where you'll meet with other students just for like 15 minutes, get to hear. We do usually do announcements like, hey, there's a master's camp coming up. We need to talk about this. But I will not work with another student who's a center back with top academic grades for your class. Like, yes, I have somebody older than you and younger than you, but not your class. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So then you're going to be able to book that coach one-on-one all the time, as much as needed. And I'll be honest with you, in the first month, we kind of expect you to do that. Between these two, you meet with us at least once every week.
Yeah.
Okay. For the first month especially. After that, it can continue, but we really would prefer that. Then 24/7 access on Discord. You will get all your videos edited. We need to fix your video. We talked about that.
Yeah.
If this goes to a top academic school, this is a no. Okay. That's the deal.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So, okay. So that brings me to, we will get to do this with you. So we don't get to do this with juniors typically, but who like are far into their junior year. So we're going to actually like watch a game with you. And I'll tell you like, hey, in this moment in the game, we would have preferred your body positioning to be here, here, or here. So a college, so you can get better, make video and send it out to coaches. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. And then the last thing is this. So we are a lifetime deal. So this is the cost to work with us. We're a lifetime deal. So if your son, God forbid, wants to transfer, we're with him through college. Let's say in college, he's having a tough social time or the coach is not nice, which we don't want to happen. We're going to do a lot of work to prevent that. We're with him forever. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So as I mentioned, it explains that if in the first 3 months you're not recruited, genuinely recruited. So this means if I believe that if I fix your video and the way you write your emails and I pick your camps for you and I pick which schools to email, that I believe that you will start to get text messages, phone calls, and get genuine compliments on your video within 3 months. And if I can't do it in 3 months, I can't do it at all. So then we shouldn't work together. Okay. So let me ask you guys this quickly. I can only work, as I mentioned, with one position per grad year. So that limits, obviously, the number of students. Dylan, your parents, I believe, I can tell they're very supportive. if you had to work with me and you had to decide today, which you're not allowed to do, you have to go think about this, but if you had to, what questions might you have for me?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think.
No, that's okay.
I can't really think of any. You kind of like cleared everything up, like to the best of your ability, and it's helped me a lot.
I'm certainly trying. Now, let me ask your parents the same question. Let's say you had to work with me today. What questions might you guys have?
So video-wise, what do you want to see out of the videos?
Okay, good question. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, I'm going to split his video into 2 different videos because there are some good moments in there. I'm going to throw away some of it because I don't like it. Then some of it I'm going to keep. So that brings me to the immediate future because I need emails going out within 2 weeks. And his video now is good for what we would call a taste. Like, hey, he's got really good feet. He's technical. He's very athletic. I need to know more information about him. So that's really helpful. The next thing, though, to answer your question is I'm going to tell him, like, I can tell you right away, we need to see more through balls, like where you receive the ball. I'll show you in your video. Where basically, like in your first clip of your video. Okay, let me back up. First of all, with VO, I need to be able to see the same things that I saw in this video, but from a higher angle. So that's number 1.
Yeah.
Number 2, like in this instance, this is like the first clip, for example. So right now, I still don't know who he is. It's been 5 seconds. Coaches are very impatient. Okay, now I know who he is because 7 seconds in, but you can't do that. Now, he does a great job showing composure, meaning like don't kick it away. I can tell you right now, I immediately said, okay, I like the kid. Then, you know, in his first clip, this is a bad pass. It's a bad pass, obviously. Having said that, I don't care. I know 9 out of 10 times he'd connect the pass. I can tell by his technique. So I'm not worried about that. But this is what I want to see instead. When this happens, boom, I want him to stop dribbling. Okay, that's number 1. Then, because this is what college coaches want. Okay, this is not, I'm not saying this was bad. And I'm not even saying that his club team doesn't need him to do this to win games. But I don't care about his club team as much as I care about college. So I need him to stop moving. Okay. Once he stops moving, he's going to wait for one of these to draw pressure to him. Then as that happens, I need to see a through pass. So that's like right off the bat. Now, to answer your father's question, there's a lot more to it. There will be some moments where I'd like to see him dribble. There are other moments where I need to see a diagonal. So he's a right-sided center back. I need to see it go to the winger. So there are many moments, but off the top of my head in this couple-minute conversation, that's a couple things we need to see. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, but I want to follow up with that. So, you know, what you're seeing is, you know, iPhone video, and we're on the sidelines because, you know, there is no high vantage point from a lot of the places we're playing at. So with that in mind,
well said.
What can we do?
Okay, good point. Good point. So first of all, if you didn't make the video, I couldn't even talk to you today. So you've done a great job. Okay, I'm very, very pleased. Here's the next thing. You can't go any higher than you can go, obviously. So from a video perspective, just zoom in quite a bit because VO will give me the wide angle. And then the other thing, continue to film sideways, what you're doing. And then from your son's perspective, I need him to do my soccer stuff. Receive the ball, pass balls through lines. I need to see some pings. But the truth is, you have some video on VO, whether you got to go fight for it or not, it exists. One of the things I told you we're going to do is go through game video. I need to go through the game with him and go, this is what you should have done in this moment. And from your angle, the reason I can't do that as well is I can't see what's happening over there. And that's not your fault. But where you were at, Dad, if I can, ideally on the sideline is fine, like exactly where you were. If the team is has the ball in their own half, go behind the goal because then I can see what's in front of them, which would be helpful. If his team has the ball a lot, halfway line is perfect. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So here's the last thing. Unless, Mom, do you have any other, Mrs. Kroenke, do you have any other questions?
No, I'll let them go.
Okay.
It's all good.
So here's the last thing. I mentioned you're not allowed to work with me today. I need you to think about it. Here's my dilemma. I can only work with so many students. So because of that, I need an answer by tomorrow. If tomorrow you say we have one other question or you have a soccer game, then just email me back and say we need another day. But I have to have an answer in 24 hours. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I guess with that, I mean, you said you're going to only work with one center back from his class. There is potential that he's moving like position. He'd never actually, here's an interesting thing. He's only been playing club soccer for 3 years. Point 1. Point 2 is he'd never played center back until this last club season because they needed to plug him in there.
Always played fullback.
He's always played, an outside back.
So let me put it like this. Okay. I could look from what I've seen in college, you're going to play center back. Now, having said that, in college, they very may well play you as a right back also, obviously. So what I mean by you, I'm a profile of your player. I don't want, look, I see you as a center back. Will I work with another right back? Not with your grades. I might work with another right back who's going to play soccer, but not at a top academic school. So to your question of that, it's based on his profile. If I've got another kid who's a center back, it's because he wants to play at a different level, and it's not the same schools because I don't like doing that.
So I have a question. I am at the lowest level of my club, but I'm also getting a chance to move up next season, depending because I'm practicing with the ECNL RL team and the National League. Does that factor in some things?
Yes, it does. If you were, first of all, I'll tell you this. I need you to, if you stay at your EDP group, it will always be difficult to play at the top academic D3s, even with my help.
Yeah.
That's just the truth. On the flip side, you're clearly I anticipate you moving up just from what I've seen, is if you play ECNL RL and it's affiliated with the ECNL group or the NAL team, now we're talking that the percentage of you playing at top academic D3 and EDP, even with my help, is 40%. You change teams, 60 to 80%. Now it's totally different. So the answer is yes, that would change a lot and it'd be very helpful. And it's something we're going to help you with. And one of the ways we help you with that is your video has really good moments. Let's say we email it to Chicago and Chicago says, hey, we really liked your video. Could you come to our camp? Which is what they would probably say. We're then going to tell your club, Chicago sent me this email. Can I please go to your higher level club? Obviously, we'll say it nicer than that. But your club's interest is that you look good, that they look good. So if you're getting recruited by college coaches, they want you to move up because they'll look better. Does that make sense? So sometimes we have to go backwards. Sometimes we go to the college coaches first and then go to the club coach.
Okay.
Because club coach is very political. I'm sure you already know that. And they know that they have enough players here and there. But if you can, their ego is to look good. Every club coach, basically, I coached club as well once upon a time. First of all, you make no money or little money. You're traveling like a maniac. And your whole dream is to either become a pro soccer coach, which is very lofty, or to coach in college. So if they can send your kid to a college coach, they can then get a job at a college school. So we're going to appeal to their ego, basically. And that's how we do that.
Okay.
Very good. That makes sense? Okay.
Yes.
Dylan, this is your life. And like I said, I'm hoping we're going to get a big scholarship in addition to your grades if you keep them up. Just so I have an idea, are you leaning towards yes, maybe, or no?
I'm leaning toward maybe.
Okay. And where does the maybe come from to work with me? Is there something that doesn't make sense? Did I scare you away, hopefully?
No, it doesn't really scare me away in any way. But it's just like everything makes sense. It's just like we gotta just like talk about it with my parents, just off call and everything. Good.
So from your parents' perspective, I only asked the yes or maybe so I can answer any questions that maybe fell through. Where are you guys feeling? Are you in the yes, maybe, or no category?
Yeah, I like what Dylan said. I think we have to sit and talk about it. And I think we're all I'm in the maybe category with Dylan.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to have a discussion about this.
Is the maybe category the finance part or something that I said that didn't make sense?
Yeah, that's a considerable amount of money.
Investment. Yep.
Absolutely, for sure. 100%.
We already have 2 in college and 1 in a private school, and so.
I totally, totally. Okay, I just want to make sure that I said everything that was understood. Awesome. So the last thing is this. I'm going to send you over an email. You'll see the contract. The contract basically says this. If you don't get recruited in 3 months in a genuine way, you get your money back. Number 2, if you don't give me video, including the VO, you're fired and I will not work with you. And number 3, if your grades drop below a 3.8, then I will also not work with you.
Okay. So with the VO, I have to send you it like as soon as possible because I don't really have any film that I can really send you. Like I'll talk to my coach, but he might not be able to grab it. I don't know.
John's a great coach, but he's not
The best communicator.
Yeah, he's horrible at communicating, and then he's horrible with technology on top of that. So
Totally. So here's the answer to that. I already have some of your video, so you're pretty much safe for a good 3 to 4 weeks. So in 3 to 4 weeks is when I would want more video. Having said that, if you really can't get any other video, I think your mom mentioned school, but if you really can't get any more video, then I'm going to give you video to go film in your backyard, and then you have to do it and give it back to me.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Okay. Perfect. Good questions. Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure talking to you, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Mr. Diego. So then what you do is, I like them. It's a tough case. You know, I was really honest. You know, he's not Division I level. He is potentially Division III. So that's where we're at the moment. So what I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm gonna go to Monday and just make a note of him. And when's our next meeting? Okay, one of them got canceled tonight, so we have 2 more. Do you have any questions, Diego? What do you think? What did you think about them?
No questions. I think, yeah, it's gonna be tough for him to go to like a high academic school if he keeps playing what is it, EAP or
EDP.
Yeah, EDP.
Yeah. So if you were to do a call like that, which you might do at some point, what's important is you are honest, like I was. Like you say, hey, you know, this is how I don't ever like the problem with NCSA and all those other people is they're like, no, you can play at any level. Like, or even, you know, what's really frustrating? This drives me nuts. College coaches will look at the kid and go, thanks for coming to camp. You know, you could really play at any level. I believe in you. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like that is so, I understand they're afraid to like cut off an opportunity, but you got to be realistic just statistically, like just playing EDP. So I'm really honest, as you could tell, because it's not fair to the kids. It's just terrible. It's just freaking, I hate when they do that. So that's why when we send our kids to the camps, we don't say, what is it that I should improve on? Because that's not why we're going to camp. Yeah, of course we want to get better, but we're there to find out if they want to recruit me. And the coaches are very capable. They know if they like a kid or not. And if they're not going to tell the kid the truth, that's ridiculous. And often they don't, which is really annoying. I'm just going to make a note here. Okay, so I think that kind of puts us there. All right, so now what they say. Okay, so we have a little bit of time. I'm going to go do some work. If you're around for the other ones, you're welcome to. Basically how it works for you, Diego, is how I would like this to happen is like, if you're available next week, you would start taking on the calls, okay? So you would do the beginning part. What's your name? Why do you want to play soccer? Then I would do the diagnosis. Then once you're comfortable, you would start doing the diagnosis, and then eventually they'd be yours. And then once they're yours, you get to pick. You can either have them work with you or have them work with somebody else, but if you do the call, you always get to choose. So which that would give all the power to you to work with as many students as possible.
Yeah.
That
Cool,
makes sense?
perfect.
Okay.
I wanted to mention 2 things to you, Zev.
Yes.
One, next week I start grad school, so Tuesday and Wednesday it's gonna be a whole bunch of like intro things. So if anything comes up, I might be lagging on texting back or something like that.
Thank you for telling me. Make sure you fix your calendar, okay, so the kids don't book you.
Yeah. I did that last week.
Good
just
job.
for the overbook my time or something.
Good job. Excellent job.
Second, I wanted to see if I could start like Instagram on my end.
So here's what I want you to do. Instagram sucks. Start TikTok.
TikTok?
Yeah, Instagram sucks. You'll never grow on Instagram. So but here's the good news. I'll give you a website where every time you post on TikTok, it automatically goes to Instagram. So you can do both.
Okay. I see what you mean.
So, but TikTok's the way to do this. So I would love for you to do that. And here's the other thing. There's a lot more opportunity for you because every time you bring on a student, anytime somebody clicks your form, I will actually pay you. And then on top of that, if you work with them, you get a huge percentage of that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, also because I'll be starting grad school, so I can have like content and stuff.
Absolutely. So you know Mika, the girl you connected me to. She has gotten her videos going, and she hasn't started posting yet, which I have to talk to her, but she's already drafted them. And
yeah, I think she was telling me she was drafting like 20 or 30 videos.
Yeah, so that's so to answer your question is here's what I want you to do. Draft 3 to 5 videos. Go look at my videos, copy them. Here's I'll put this in the Zoom chat, and then you can copy this. Every single video has to have a hook. Then you have to have an intro. So you could say, I'm the college soccer guy. Just say I'm the college soccer guy, Diego. That's totally fine. College soccer guy, Diego. And I help you play college soccer. And then you have to have the value. This is like what you're going to teach us. Then you have to have a call to action. Call to action is call me for help. So every video has to have that. Does that make sense? So my videos go 3 reasons why you'll never play D1 soccer. I'm the college soccer guy to help you play college soccer. Then I tell you what the reason is. And then I say, if you want more help, give me a call. So you have to do the same thing.
Okay, cool.
And then go ahead and make like 5 videos. Then you'll send me a screen recording of them on your phone or just send me the video. then I'll say to you, hey, and I recommend editing through TikTok. And your TikTok name, why don't you make yourself College Soccer Guy?
I think I already have it.
Okay, see if you can change the name to College Soccer Guy Diego.
Yeah.
And then what I want you to do is, it takes a long time. It takes about, in truth, it takes about like 6 months to a year to like see results. But when you get the results, they are amazing. And you really, if you want to do this correctly, because her page is not starting at 0, it's starting at like 3,000, because I already did it. Yeah. I've already created multiple pages that have over, many thousands of views, but you're starting from 0. So you actually have to post 3 times a day for 1 month. So you need 90 videos. Then once you start posting, you cannot stop forever. I post a video every day.
Yeah.
So what I would suggest doing is, instead of just trying to post every day, which is not realistic, batch the videos, like make a bunch of them. Then once you make a bunch of them, it's really easy to keep up, right? You have a bank, and then you're like, oh, let me make a video today. Also, Diego, every time you talk to a student, just make a video. Go, today I spoke about this with this student, blah, 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 blah. That's it. Done. Next video. Every time you talk to a student, you can make a TikTok.
Okay, perfect.
All right, good questions. All right, I'm going to go eat, and if you're around, great. If you're not, no worries. And you're doing amazing, Diego. Like, you're doing incredible with your 2025s. Just, stay on them, because it's going to be, those are going to get some busy, but you did it. Look, your personality, Diego. I remember when I told you I wanted this to be a full-time gig. We're getting pretty freaking close.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I love doing this.
That's what I love to hear. Thank you. That's great. All right. And then another thing too, when you do the lead calls, I'll help you, but you can say like, I'm in grad school, College Soccer Guy's the one that helped me, and it's a really good sell. So we'll work on that.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. We'll talk soon.
All right. Thank you, Zev.
Welcome. Bye. Okay, everybody. Soccer asked me, how much do I charge? It varies per person, so I don't know until I have the call with you. Can I, as a guy not from another country, attend college at 18 in America and go pro? Pro, no, but click the link in the bio. If you're an international, click the link in the bio. What grades do you need as a South African? South African, click the link in the bio. You're an international. 8th grader starting in varsity, gone to a couple college D camps. That's amazing. Have you spoken to D3 schools, Mr. Jarich? I love that you have done that already. That makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy. Okay, there we go. All right. How can I tell? How can you tell if an IT camp invite is genuine? If they compliment your highlight video, that's usually a pretty helpful way to know if it's genuine. Sorry, Instagram, I've ignored you completely. Do you think you can go pro without connections? No. What percentage of high school students end up playing D1? Less than 2%. Mr. JD Hawk, less than 2%. There's only one person on Instagram. How many kids do you currently work with? Zev, I monitor many students, but each coach that we have only works with about 3 to 4 students. Our soccer camps, not college ID camps, useless. They're useless for getting recruited, but they can help you get better at soccer. So that can be kind of fun. But they're not really helpful for anything else. No. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, it's annoying. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Okay. Okay. Where am I? All right. That's fine. Our soccer camps, what do you think about Surf Soccer Club as a whole? It depends. The Surf Soccer Club is humongous. Everyone is a little bit different. How can you get connections? You need to email schools with your highlight video. How can you get connected to College Soccer? You need to email schools with your highlight video. Highlight video. Okay. I think I have a few minutes here. Yeah, I have a tiny bit of minutes, not that many minutes. So give me a second. No. What is better? MLS Next non-MLS Academy 60 minutes per game as ECNL full-time or USL Academy? Ooh. MLS Next non-MLS Academy 60 minutes per game or ECNL full-time and USL Academy? Ooh, that's a tough one. I need to know about your coach, Eduardo. Depends about your coach. That's a tough one. I really need to know about your coach. It's too difficult to say. Too difficult to say. Good questions, guys. Okay. All right. I think I have two more calls. So let me just do this real quick. Hey, Zev, did you take on that advocate from Florida a couple weeks back? He was on the call with his mom. Good memory. Yes, I did. Good memory, Maga. I'm playing for Chivas Academy, but I'm not getting a lot of bits. Should I join a different team? It depends how old you are and what grade. Hello, Mansforth from Dubai. If you're from Dubai, click the link in the bio for internationals. There's a specific section for you. There's a specific section for you. Okay. You are right-footed. Should you play on the right or left side? Depends. It's different for every person. Monsfor. If you're looking for technical tips, go talk to Rick Fit. I just help with college soccer recruiting. That's all I do. I just help with college soccer recruiting. Okay, we have another call pretty soon here. Let's see how soon is soon. Thoughts on Michigan Wolves? Michigan Wolves, wow, yeah, they're good. That's a good. Michigan Wolves has a pretty good reputation, actually. They do. They do have a pretty good reputation. I'm sorry, everybody. Do you look at Seattle Celtic? Yes. It depends what level you're playing at Seattle Celtic, though. Currently, I'm on a USL team. Ben's football. That is awesome. Are you playing USL 2 or are you playing USL Academy? Zev, do you have an opinion on foreign players taking scholarships from American kids? I personally hate it. Maga. Too bad. You can hate us all you want. That's life. You can still get a scholarship. There's more kids in a college who are American than international. So you're better off being an American than you are an international. Is that good for college? It could be good for college, but you don't get a lot of exposure. So you need to send a lot of highlight videos. That's just the reality, unfortunately, sometimes. I know that sucks. Okay, I have a meeting right now. I will talk to you all soon.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you both for taking the time to talk to me today. I'm very excited to talk to you guys. Just before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
Yeah, so my brother found you on YouTube, I believe, and he basically kind of sent me the link, showed me, hey, this is what this guy does. You can get like a free 15-minute call with him, and then you could see how you like it there.
Cool. Yeah, that's me. Perfect. Okay, awesome. And what did you tell your father about me?
So, you want to say that?
Yeah, how are you? Great to meet you via
Likewise.
Zoom. Thank you for taking the call. Keshav Ranganathan. So this is Siddharth, is my second son. Shravan is my older one. So we did talk about what you did. I watched that video that you had published.
Thank you.
You want me to watch as well with Siddhi. So that was it was great. It looks like you have a ton of tools and pretty sophisticated way to keep all the communication going and following up on all of those. So thanks for all those details. So I did get a pretty good perspective on your approach, but obviously anything that you say more will be helpful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the purpose of today's call, this 15-minute call, is to find out if we're the right fit. So by the end of the call, I want you to be able to say to me, hey, we think we like you. And then likewise, I want you to also maybe say, hey, we don't like you. That's okay too. And then I want to interview both of you and say, look, do I think I can actually help your son play college soccer? And then my last goal is to see if I can actually scare your son away, meaning can I maybe make him not want to play college soccer? Because then we all can just chill, have margaritas, and not have to drive everywhere. Sound like a plan?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Having said that, my first question actually is for your son. I want to know a little bit about what you've done so far in the process. Could you brag to me for a minute?
Yeah. So basically, so far we've tried to sign up for a few camps here. So last year, when I was a rising sophomore, I went to this Brown camp for a bit, and they were able to give me an evaluation based off how I did in that camp. And then now, about I want to say June 28th, where I'm able to talk to them from NCAA rules. We basically sent out like mass emails to certain coaches that we wanted to join their schools. We also have developed like certain spreadsheets to organize what schools we wanted, like the responses we're getting. And then we also, my brother was able to put together a spreadsheet seeing how we can, organize our time effectively and which camps to go through over this summer.
Okay, awesome.
You mentioned the camps, a couple of camps that we have lined up and the communication that you had with some of the coaches.
Yeah, so some of the coaches have already responded to me a little. They're a little generic in a way. Obviously, they want me to come to their the ID camps, sort of. So I am going this Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to Georgetown camp. And then we're looking to see if we could sign up for other camps down the road.
Okay, that is what I like to hear. That's awesome. And having said that, right now, if I were to ask you, what is it that you want the most help with? What would you say that is?
For me, I think one of the biggest things is just getting a lot of exposure, obviously playing with the level I am, lots of college coaches aren't coming to sort of our showcases and sort of our tournaments and everything. So a little bit more exposure on that end and how to reply to them and follow up with them, just getting more involved in them and getting in their faces a little. That's something I would really like a lot more help with.
Okay, got it. And from your father's perspective, what do you think he needs more help with?
It's more, I'm trying to understand. So this is again, like you said, brag, right? I mean, so what is a little bit of a brag? I do feel like he's playing really, really well. Like, probably the top player in his team. And interestingly, like many times, like when we go to game, even some of the opponents' parents have come and said, "Oh, that's a great player we got there." That type of an input. So I feel like he is really good, but we used to play in US's National League last year, and then this year we are in the National NAL, basically the MLS Next 2 variation. We have not really pursued MLS Next, and we have had some interest from some of the teams, but just looking at the travel that is involved on a day-to-day basis, and trying to balance that with academics and such, we have not really pursued that path. We do have a couple of options to look into that seriously if that would be helpful. So I'm trying to get a sense of how we should think about it. So where he plays, I gave you some details versus some of the schools that he is targeting. At least to start with, I would like what I would term as pretty competitive schools, both from an academic standpoint and from soccer perspective. Like you heard him, the Brown is one, Georgetown, and there are a bunch of coaches that are coming to Georgetown, so he's reached out to them. So I want to understand, from your perspective, based on the kids that you have worked with, one of the things that I liked about it was you said we'll figure out what the fit is. So
absolutely, definitely, that's something we'll
so
definitely.
I want to understand how that maps. So
yeah, absolutely. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Now that would lead me to this: how many phone calls have you had, Siddharth, so far?
So far, I've not had any phone calls yet with any coaches.
Okay, and nobody's mentioned coming on a visit?
No, not really.
Okay.
What is that, sorry? Can you what was
I was
the question?
asking, so I was asking if any schools have talked about him coming on a visit for the fall.
Oh, visit, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Not camp, but a visit.
Yeah,
right?
but a visit, yeah. Okay, so that's really helpful for me to understand. Now, having said that, would you guys both agree with me that academics come first?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Because as I mentioned in my video, academics are really important to me. Now, why do you want to play college soccer? Why do you want to put me and your father through all this?
Well, yeah, obviously I do want to go to college, get a good education and be on a good team. My main goal here is to try to see if I can, from college soccer, I could be exposed to maybe the MLS and maybe get into the MLS draft eventually, as I keep improving, keep grinding over time. And I think exposure to all the more top colleges or colleges that have both a good program for me can help me kind of establish that, right? But obviously it's not just only soccer I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for something that can fit my major, fit something that interests me kind of on the side.
Yes.
As well.
Very well said. Okay, awesome. And your major is very specific, which is a good thing. So having said that, here's what I'm thinking immediately. Okay, well, let me back up. I understand why you want to play college soccer, maybe to play pro and also to get an education. I played pro soccer after college, so it's something we can talk about, but I will always prioritize academics. I have my master's degree. I find academics to be the most important. Having said that, from your father's perspective, why do you want to see your son play college soccer?
Again, I think I'm aligned with his views, which is eventually he wants to take a shot at pro soccer. Whether that, again, I know the probability is pretty low to do any type of pro soccer. So I want that to be balanced, that he comes out as a balanced individual. So the way that I see it is, this gives him a path without completely giving everything up and going off to Europe and playing, attempting to do a pro soccer type of a thing. So I want to support his goals, basically. If he has the talent, if he has the skill set and the ability to play pro soccer, and if this is the path, this seems to be a good balanced path. So I want to let him pursue that.
Okay, awesome. That's what I like to hear. Now, having said that, that's really exciting for me. And as you mentioned, look, for him to play college soccer is unlikely. That's less than 5%. So it's, very competitive. Now, I want to kind of give you my diagnosis of your situation as I see it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so look, my honest opinion is this. Your son's a really good soccer player. Super left foot. Yeah, I can see why their parents are talking about him. You're looking at a potential D1 soccer player. You will not play D1 unless you play MLS next. So that's that. So if you wanted to know, that's the scenario. On top of that, if you want to go to a top academic D1 school, you are way behind. Most of those schools, to give you an idea, like Duke, he's your age. He's your age. He's already committed. So like you are behind in the process. He is a 2026 also. So having said that, when it comes to the top academic schools, they're done recruiting your junior year in August. So you have like 1 year basically. Don't think of yourself as like you have my senior year too. You do not have senior year. Now, every time you go to a D1 school, they're going to say to you, we think you're really good. Like every camp you're about to go to, and they'll say, what's your schedule? And if you don't give them a schedule they're going to attend, which are only the MLS Next events and a couple other ones, you won't get recruited to play D1. Does that make sense? Now, that's D1. I told you I prioritize academics first. To play top academic D3 soccer, which frankly have your major better and more often, that's a little bit different. You can play that level from where you are now, and you don't have to drive necessarily. You will have to go to camps, but with video and camps alone, I think you can get recruited. Now, they're also done in August. And here's the other problem. You're a good soccer player with good grades. Every single kid with a 4.0 want to go to the exact same 75 schools. There's no way around it. And you deserve to. You're a great academic kid. But that doesn't make it 5% likely. That makes it 3% likely. It really makes it difficult. Does that make sense? Now, having said that, because that's like the intense news. The next news is this. If you want to play college soccer, for a second, your video is like has lots of potential, but is missing like key components because you're a top academic. So first of all, I don't know anything about you. Second of all, I still don't know who you are. I still don't know who you are 3 seconds in, which is better than nothing. It's also too far. I don't need any of this here. I need you to zoom in. Now, I will do that for you, obviously, but I get really specific. Now, having said that, look, like your left foot, your soccer IQ, do you know who Phil Foden is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a soccer player for your dad. Your son is a good soccer player. Like, I think he's the level for Division I. And I just got off another call where I was literally telling them that their son will never play Division I. But if he wants to play D3, it's possible. Now, never is a strong word, but it's better for me to be clear, black and white for now, then we can get into the gray area later. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that brings me to this. I asked you if you had any phone calls or visits. Like my kids are texting with kids. They are way farther along than you. Now, I don't work with players in the same position, so I don't have another left-footed winger / attacking center mid who I'm working with right now, which is why we're on the call. But from my perspective, if you wanted to play D3 soccer, you'll be fine. You want to play top academic D1, you are not close today. Okay. All right. And that goes for top academic D3. They're equal. They are equally as competitive because they're so like University of Chicago would beat many D1 schools. They're very, very good. And also with your amazing grades. So that leads me to this. Here's my analogy. You have a great boat. Okay. Your boat is beautiful. It's fast. It's dynamic, but right now it's sinking and you don't know it's sinking. It's taking on water, but you don't know that because you want to go to this island that's really, really far away. D1 being that island. So you're going to pass some D3 schools. They're all going to be like, hey, we like you. And you're going to go, you don't have the academics for me. And that's correct because you should not sacrifice soccer for your academics, which then leads me to this. We need to fix your video. That's number one. Your video has to look like a submitted essay. You want to go to D1 academic. You can't have a video that doesn't have your intro page, no GPA, no self-interview. That's not okay. So that's step one. Step two is the way you write your emails. I'm not saying you're doing a bad job, but I'm very specific for top academic kids. So I want you to let me fix it, basically. And then the last piece to that is you've already started talking to some schools. You're about to go to some camps. I know you've already emailed them, which is great. I need you to do some things during the camp, and I need you to do some things after the camp. And the most important thing is those schools that you go to their camp this summer, some of them are going to like you. They're going to go, who are you being recruited by? Who else are you talking to? And how many calls have you had? They're going to ask you the same questions I did. And it is not, oh, you're going to give them the same answer because you can't lie, but that's not what I want. And if we can prioritize for now, do you have any offers yet?
No,
right?
No, I do not.
And soccer is a privilege. So right now you're going to have to focus on D3. When you get D3 interest, where we say that's significant and it's a school we like, we can spend the rest of our time on D1. D2, we're not going to do it all because it doesn't, for your academics, it doesn't work. So we're talking D3 and D1, and there's not that many schools we're talking about. Now, on top of that, right now you're only focusing on the top D1 schools, which I can tell you now, you're not playing MLS Next. The percentages go down by like 75 to 80%. So let's say, I know you mentioned you have some opportunities. We will help you navigate that, talking about club soccer. So we'll help you with that. But let's just say for today, right, because you're not going to change teams tomorrow, I need you getting interest and offers from D3 schools soon. Okay. So while you were kind of telling me what you're doing, I was taking a couple notes here. So I want to just show you how I see the next steps. So step one, I got to fix your video. You saw the AI system. So we're going to give you a list of top academic schools that your father had mentioned, like finding the right fit. I need to pick those schools for you based off your major. Some of the schools right now may not have your major, but we're going to have to email them anyways because we need interest. You don't have enough interest. Okay. Then you already talked about some camps. To be honest, all the top academic camps are pretty much booked, but sometimes they can make exceptions if they really like you. And also we have some suggestions for you for like August that we would want you to consider. Okay. Like the Harvard clinic is like one that comes to mind, but I think it might be full. We'll have to look at it. Then the audit. Okay. So I need to go over everything you've done already and I need to look at it. And then we'll talk about your club soccer. Do you switch? Do you not switch? Do you stay? I want to give you an answer today. I really do, but I don't know until we start working together. Part of that is about college soccer also. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we need to narrow down the list. So we got to start kind of big because you don't have the interest I think you deserve. And then we'll shrink it. And then this is the fun part where like, okay, who likes me? Who likes me? Now, who do I like? And then we got to decide, which coach you like. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So between these steps, let me ask you first, this is for your son. Is this the type of help you're looking for?
Yes, that is definitely very helpful for me because I'm not, we're obviously new to this process. So we're not really sure, obviously what to do after we maybe send out the first email or like just overall the stages in general and what to do there. So this is really well organized and I like it. Yes.
Okay. And from your father's perspective, is this the help you think would benefit your son?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I hear some hesitation. I understand price is a concern, so let's talk about that for a minute. So to work with me, it looks like this. These are the other companies I compared to. Now, you guys are going to get a slight discount because, frankly, I think your son's a good soccer player, and I like working with good soccer players. But we'll talk about that in a minute. When I'm working with you, you've heard of these before, right? NCSA, Sports Recruits. Okay, so look, I bought them when I was your son's age. My parents bought them. They didn't know what they were doing, but they did buy them. In your situation, these would work for you if you didn't want to go to, they would barely work, but they could work for you if you didn't want to go to a top academic school. But since you want to go to top academic school, go ahead and ask all the coaches at your camps. Do you guys use NCSA? They hate NCSA. Now, NCSA owns everybody. They pay for everything. So even me, like I get calls today that you should sign up for a camp, and I'm 10 years past college. So that's just, you can't trust them, unfortunately. I want to edit all your videos for the rest of your life. I want you to use my AI system because it comes from your own Gmail. I want you to have 24/7 access to me. And unlike them, they'll put you in a contract and you'll stay in it for life, even if it works. For me, if it's not working in 3 months, I'm going to refund it, which we'll talk about in a minute. So that basically means it looks like this. I'm going to share my other screen real quick. Just so that way you guys can see, and maybe this will help you with your father's hesitation. which is healthy. Like I want you guys to like think about it. Okay, it will look like this. Okay. Okay, share my screen here. So the first thing is this. We have Zoom meetings every Sunday. All right, so when we have these Zoom meetings, you don't have to come to every one. They're technically optional, but I do want you to come to many of them. This is when you're going to talk to some of our students. We have students at Harvard. We have students at Duke. We have students at the University of Chicago. I need you to talk to them, to ask them what it's like, because I want you to find the right coach. Does that make sense? Now, you're going to get a one-on-one coach. That will not be me, but I monitor everything. So every email that goes out, you'll see with the AI system, I have access to your accounts. So like I see everything, but I'm looking up which camps you should go to, what teams need your position, how you should write your emails. But you'll be meeting with my one-on-one coach, who, by the way, has gone to a top academic school, unlike me. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's that. Then you're going to talk to us all the time. I need to edit all your videos. We'll have a chance for this, but not yet, where we go through your game video and talk about how to get better at soccer. But we'll have to do that later on. You guys saw the Google Drive and the AI system from the longer video? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. So then like we're going to be meeting with you and we're going to say like, today's July 6th. You need to do blah, 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 blah. Today's July 7th. You need to do this. And we'll follow up with you on Discord. So to work with me, we're a lifetime deal. So the reason you're at this rate, say instead of the 10, is for a couple reasons. One, if you keep your grades above a 3.8, all of our students have received a minimum of $80,000 so far. I can't guarantee it, but that's been our record up to this point. If you can maintain your grades, the only exceptions to that are MIT, Hamilton, and Pomona Pitzer. They do not give academic scholarships, but everybody else does. So it's really important for me that you keep your grades up, because then, this amount isn't that much if I can theoretically get you this scholarship. So then the next thing is this, that if in the first 3 months you're not being genuinely recruited, so like I would anticipate after I fix your video, fix your email template, deal with your current situation, like I want you texting and calling with D3 schools like very quickly. If I told you it happened in a month, you wouldn't believe me, but so I'm giving myself 3 months. But I would expect within a month and a half that you're at least texting with them. And then we will email every D1 school, not because you want to go to some small D1s, but if you want the big schools, you can't expect to catch the big fish without some of the smaller fish. Okay. So we will have to email some D1 schools in your area, and NAL will always be a hurdle for us. That's the reality. But part of my job is I was playing JV soccer as a junior and went on to earn a full ride to play D1. People told me it wasn't possible. I had to do a lot of things to make it possible. So it's not like it's going to happen like this, but I like your situation. You're an underdog. You want to beat the odds. This is what it takes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you guys this. You're not allowed to work with me today. I need you to go think about it. This is important. Talk as a family. But let's say for you, let's say you had to work with me. You didn't have a choice. What questions might you have for me?
Yeah. So I saw in your video, right? The way you organize your emails and you organize certain stuff with your documents and everything. I'm just wondering like what your thinking process would be for that, and how would that be beneficial in a way, the way you like organize everything.
Yeah, let me show you an example that I think that will help you get an idea. So this he's no longer, he's committed since, but he was an NAL, kind of similar to you. And I think you saw this in the video, but I'll show you again. So this was his Google document, okay? This is what it looked like. So we had all of his videos here. We're gonna have a lot more. He had even more videos here and more videos here. So this is step one. Then the big thing for you is similar to him. In the first month, we want to meet with you like every week if we can. If you're busy, you can message us instead, but we want to meet with you pretty aggressively. So then this is what we have to do. So like on this day, he was texting with Brown and he had a call with UCSB. I need you to be knowing what to do and what to say. And if I can't keep you in my Google Drive, it's hard for me to keep you organized. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good. I believe my brother has a question. He's on this call right now.
I was wondering who this was. Yes. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Shravan.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for recommending me to your brother.
Yeah, of course. Sorry about the sound. I'm outside right now, but I had a couple of questions just about the situation.
Yes.
More specifically. So like in the state that we're in, I know we're behind on like the recruiting stuff, right? You'd mentioned. So what I wanted to know was, well, the biggest issue is MLS Next, right? So the club that he's in, Cedar Stars, has an MLS Next team. But I think that, as my dad mentioned, the issue is that it's super far away. He is communicating like with his coach and the MLS Next coach to like get him opportunities either to play for that team or to dual card and play for both teams coming up, since it's the same club. So I'm curious if you think that's something that we should pursue a little more progressively, or at this stage it's like trying to go for top D1 academic is just not salvageable per se, to, you know, maybe focus our efforts on a different aspect. But I just want to see what you have to say about that.
How old are you?
21.
You're very mature. Great question. So you have a good older brother. So look, the answer really comes back to you, Mrs. Siddharth. Do you want to play D1 soccer?
Yes, of course, I would love to play with D1 soccer.
Okay, then you guys, if that's what you're talking about, it's not too late to answer your question, but we're going to have to discuss leaving, or as you said, dueling and driving. To give you an idea, I was driving 3 hours to practice. College coaches do not care. Now, if that ruins his academics, then I would say to you, don't do that. But then I would also tell you that he may not get to play D1 soccer. And even with my help, which I do anticipate beating the odds, I'll be the first one to tell you that if we can put MLS Next in his, even if we can just add into his email, I'm training with MLS Next, that I've been invited to train, that alone will change every response we get. So the short answer is we have to consider it. On the flip side, if we can't do it, it's not the end of the day. It just means more camps. It means more video. And my job is to help you with that. So I want to tell you, like, this is what you should do. But the answer is I don't know until I do the audit. I need to audit his whole situation. Then we will give you a direct answer.
Just to follow up on that, I the one thing that I like, even from the video, I know if you're taking a little bit more time, appreciate it.
Of course, no problem.
Like you're pretty, at least like stating that as is, right? You're not trying to sugarcoat it. So my biggest concern when I came on this was, the things that you pointed out, right? I mean, are we really behind? Like, the college coaches only start talking June 15th. So it's going to take some time. But how realistic is our expectation? I mean, he is hell-bent on playing soccer. He definitely wants to play college soccer and use that as a path to both from an academic perspective, but then to go into pro soccer. How should we think about, like, I know you gave some answers and you probably need a little bit more work. And if I take your answer, it is like you said that you still think that we have a good shot at iAcademic D1, the ones that, the names that I mentioned, or do you think that, like you mentioned that somebody's already committed for Duke? What does the profile look like?
So
how should we really mentally prep?
Yeah, good question. So to answer your first question, like the percentages, take away me, it's less than 3% will play top academic D1 soccer. So percentage-wise, it's up against them. Now, like I said, that's part of my job is to help with that. The other piece is if he was trying to play at the next level after that, which he mentioned, like getting drafted, etc., you're talking about less than 1% that will go get to do that, which is why education is so important. If you want to play at the highest level, like pro, your coach is what matters. So right now we're talking about D1, D1, D1. If he plays D1 and he hates his coach or his coach doesn't like him, he will be miserable. There's an example. There was a player I grew up with. He was left-footed like your son, so good. He went to Davis, which was a really good engineering school. And the coach never played him at all, and it ruined his whole career, and he should have gone pro, and he did not. So as much as we're talking about the divisions, it's the coach is what really matters the most. Now, on top of that, the Duke player, for example, he had gone to Duke camps. We had started with him, frankly, in full transparency, in 8th grade. He had gone to about 5 Duke camps beforehand. He's playing IMG Academy, MLS Next, and prior to June 15th, they knew who he was. So he's behind that student, obviously. Now he's committed. So in our case, we're playing catch-up. And if you wanted to say to me, what are the chances of us catching up? I would say your son's D1 level. If we're open to MLS Next, I think there's a 60 to 80% chance we will have him playing D1. If you want me to say D3, I'm looking at 90%. chance of playing D1 soccer or D3 soccer. Now, if he switches teams, it does increase the percentages, but no doubt about it, the odds are against us. My job is to go, look, what you're doing right now today, if you continue with your templates and your video, then I'm telling you, I don't see you playing D1 soccer at all.
The video sort of thing that you're mentioning?
The video, I don't know exactly what he's writing in his emails, but that's a piece of it. This is a long process. It's back and forth constantly. And we need to be able to help him through each piece of that. Or I'd like to be able to help him through each piece of that.
Okay. Okay, appreciate the response. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have other questions?
No, pretty much answered all of it.
Okay, cool.
So with respect to the fees, is it pretty fixed? Is there any flexibility on that?
Good question.
Just so I mentally understand.
Good question. You guys have the flexibility. I could raise the price if you'd like, but otherwise, that is as best as it comes. The reason we do it all in the first 3 months is we expect results in 3 months. If you don't get results, we shouldn't work together, and we're wasting your time and we're wasting my time. So that is the model. We've tried other models. Like if you add it up, if we're going to be with them until he goes pro, which is the goal, then we're going to be with them for the next literally 8 years. It comes out to like $12 a month. But we don't do that model because we expect results quickly, and we want you to be invested and we want us to be invested. So we're both held accountable.
So did I understand it right that let's say that whether it's D1 or D3, whatever it is, like hopefully he gets into college soccer and within the next 2 to 3 months, you will have a good sense of like, what the possibilities are.
You guys will too. You guys will be getting those messages for sure.
Okay. And you would continue to help
Yes.
like once he gets into college and,
Absolutely.
and beyond?
Absolutely. We're a lifetime deal. So we're with them forever. If he really wants to go pro, we have a text group chat I can show you. We've got like 6 other players that have gone on to play pro or are trying to play pro. So we put them in a separate group chat. They have to look up tryouts. It's the exact same process. It's just a little bit different. Perfect. Last thing is this. Sorry to interrupt. I have to go to my next call. What I'm going to do is I'm going to email everything over to you guys. And in it, you're going to see a contract, Siddharth. Basically, the contract says this. If you don't get me continued video, then you're fired. Second, it says that if your grades drop below a 3.5, unless your father gives you a different GPA, then you're also fired. And if I don't get you recruited and genuinely recruited in 3 months, then I'm fired. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You have one more question? I can squeeze one more in if you want. No? Okay.
Thank you so much. I know you spent a little bit more time than
no problem. No problem. The last thing is this. Sorry, there's the last thing. So I only work with 1 player per position. Okay. So I will not per grad year. So I will not work with another player like yourself. This means that I must have an answer by tomorrow. If tomorrow you say to me, can we have another day or we have one more question, that's fine. But if you don't email me at all, then I will move on.
So when you say the position, so he's a left-footed, like he does play like wing, he does play like left or right defense or left or right wing. That's
what I mean by winger. You know, I could even see him playing as a left back at some point in college, to be honest. I don't think he would love it, but he could do it. He might even play as a second striker. So what I mean is his profile, top academics, attacking player for now. If he turns into a left back, so be it, but I won't take on anybody like him.
Thank you. Shivi, did you have a question or are you good?
Yeah, no, I don't think I have questions. I just wanted to clarify. You mentioned you wouldn't like playing left back. That is his primary position right now, though.
Do you prefer playing in that role, Siddharth?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that you do that both for your
yeah. So the video explains that he's a left back, and I see him as a left back. But I could also see him, and I think right now in college that they'll see him as a left back. But I was saying that in college, I think he will end up as a winger. And so I assumed that he also wanted that. But thank you for clarifying that you prefer playing as a left back.
Yeah. No, yeah. I don't think he's going to be opposed to it. Sorry, Sid. Yeah, go ahead. You can talk.
Yeah, so I wouldn't oppose to be a left back, obviously. My coach kind of puts me kind of like a 50-50, both at left wing back and at the right wing position, depending on like the team's needs and everything. So I'm very flexible, but yeah, I would prefer to be a winger more than a left back. per se, but I wouldn't obviously mind being a
Okay.
left wing back if that
So
comes to case.
it is helpful. In his email, we need to mention both of those things. We won't say it like that exactly, but we'll say, look, I've played as a left back. I play as a left back, but I've also played as a winger. I see him, like I mentioned, kind of as a winger in college, but being a left back is super helpful, especially since the video of him is a combination. So to your brother's point, I am aware, but kind of also, as your brother mentioned, I see him more as enjoying a winger role, but we'll, as we go through the process, we'll let the coaches kind of tell us and we'll gauge it from there. Perfect.
Thank you so
Cool,
much.
yeah,
Absolutely, guys. I will talk to you all very soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Porter, can you hear me? Mr. Porter, can you hear me okay? Entering 7th grade, anything you can do. Yes, click the link in the bio. There's a section for you. Nicholas, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Should I call your cell phone, Nicholas?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Nicholas. This is the CollegeSoccerGuy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Can I just confirm your parents are with you?
Yeah, my mom and my dad are here.
Hello, everybody. I can't hear you on the Zoom, but can you hear me right? You can hear me now, yes? Oh, here we
There
go.
we go.
I'm going to hang up here for a second.
Can you hear us?
Yes, there we go. I cannot see you, but I can hear
Give me
you.
1 second,
Oh,
and you
there
should
we
be able
go.
to see us.
Perfect.
You see us?
Yes.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to talk to you all. Just before we begin, can I confirm who found me first?
I saw you on TikTok.
Amazing. And what did you tell your parents about me?
I told them kind of like what you do in terms of like helping people get recruited and kind of showing them the process and teaching them. And then me and my mom watched the video you sent, kind of explaining the background of you and stuff.
Perfect. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. I know it was a little bit long. And having said that, is it okay if I kind of explain the goal today?
Yeah.
So basically, I want you, your father, and your mom to interview me and see if I'm the right person to help you. And then I want to interview all of you, and because college coaches will do the same, and see if I think I can help you play college soccer. And then I also want to see if I can scare you away from playing college soccer entirely. Because if I can scare you away, then mom and dad can just chill, save money, and no more driving. Sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So having said that, my first question to you, Mr. Porter, is tell me a little bit about what you've done so far in the process.
So far in the process, I've kind of conversed with my club coaches and high school coaches to kind of get an idea of what schools I should be going for and like what realistically I should do in terms of the process. And then I've made my highlight video, obviously. And right now I've just been kind of emailing it to coaches and seeing who responds, who doesn't respond, just kind of get an idea of who might be interested, you know, what emails I'm getting back are just kind of generic robo emails and like which ones are actually like genuine interest and that kind of stuff.
Okay, super helpful. And obviously you're talking to me today, but you've already also spoke to your club coaches in high school, which I think is great. What is it that you'd like my help with?
I don't really know which ID camps I should be going to because that's what all the emails I get back are just invitations to ID camps. But I just don't really kind of know because they're all like super expensive. I just don't really know where we should be kind of prioritizing in terms of what ID camps to go to.
Okay. And have you had any phone calls as of yet?
Yeah, I've had a couple of phone calls with a couple of different coaches.
Okay. Can you tell me about which schools you had those calls with?
One was a D3 school up in Michigan, and I've been talking to him a lot recently. We've been texting back and forth, and he's been asking how I like campus and that kind of stuff. And then I was also texting a coach from Tennessee. He wants me to come to his ID camp, but it's like $300, and I just can't really tell if he's like genuinely interested in it.
Okay, that's really helpful. And the school in Michigan, what school is it?
It's called Alma. It's D3, and I don't know if I want to go to because if I go to a D3 school, I want to go to a D3 school that has good academics and a school that I get a good degree from. So I'm just not super sure that if I went there, I'd get a good education in what I want to do.
Okay, so you've had one call with the coach of a school we probably don't want to go to. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, have you been invited on any visits yet?
I'm supposed to go on a visit to that school in the fall. He invited me. I haven't said I'm going yet. Okay. I don't really know if I want to go.
Okay, that's really helpful. And from your parents' perspective, what do you think Nick needs the most help with?
He's just having problems with really trying to figure out who's interested in him and who's not. So some help with that would be really great, and just kind of zeroing in on what ID sessions and ID situations would be the best for him. He's like, I don't know if this is a money grab. All these people coming out, I don't have a shot at it. So I think some help in that area would be really great.
Okay, that's really helpful. From your father, who I know is kind of sitting back there, do you have any thoughts of what he needs help with?
No, I mean, everything Angie said is spot on.
Okay, cool. Really helpful. Okay, and so having said that, Nick, why do you want to play college soccer? Why do you want to put your parents and I through all this?
So 2 reasons. Whenever I'm watching games, whenever I was watching USA versus Uruguay, I love being in those big matches and that feeling of just competitive nature, just wanted to play. Like, and another example, like high school soccer, not the highest level in the world, but whenever state playoffs come around, it's just like, I live for those moments. I want to play at a super high level. But I also understand from a academic standpoint that, after my career is done, that I probably won't play where Tim Reed's playing right now, So I want to be able to get the chance to play super, super competitive matches and play in an environment that's super, super competitive. And I think I'll get a good experience out of it, but also get the chance to get a good education and take what I've learned from playing soccer and be able to apply it to my life after my career is over.
Amazing. I really like what you said. We're going to keep that for when you talk to coaches. Coaches will love to hear you want that competitive lifestyle. From your parents' perspective, why do you want to see Nicholas play college soccer? Let me preface that with saying, would you all agree with me that academics come first?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, why do you guys want to see him play college soccer?
He is so passionate about the game. He loves it. He breathes it. He studies it. He's probably looked at that game he was talking about several times now, thinking about how the men's team could have done things differently. He likes to break it down. He takes what he sees and tries to incorporate that into how he plays. He's just super passionate about it. I would love for him to be able to continue his soccer journey. I love watching him play. That's one of my greatest joys, is just seeing him do what he loves to do best. But also on the other side of it with the academics, I also want him to be high achieving on that end. And I've always thought it would be great if he got to play soccer in college, but that's just kind of the cherry on top of the cupcake. That afterwards he needed to have a plan going forward, and he seems to be really driven in that area too. So his grades are really great. I think he can handle all the pressures that he would encounter. But just seeing him be able to do something that he loves so much on a higher level in college, I would be so happy if that dream of his could be realized.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And from your father's perspective, is there a reason you want to support him in this craziness?
Really just because he's always wanted to do it. Seriously, like YOLO, right? Like, how long is his career left? Like, how many more years is he going to be playing competitive soccer? Do it as long as you can.
Yeah. Well said. I agree. Okay. Really helpful. So can I kind of explain how I see your situation as I see it now?
Yeah.
So your son is a very good soccer player. He's a very good soccer player. Now, when it comes to the top academic D3s, it's really, really late. Really late. They are done recruiting in August through November. And he only has one call with a coach that he doesn't want to go to. Now, with his amazing grades, the problem is those schools, like I said, are done in the next, some of them are going to be done in the next month. Like Chicago will be done, Carnegie, those type of schools will be done. Now, some of them will go through November. The main reason for that is they want kids to do ED1 and, commit to their schools. There's also more money available when you do that. So that's a concern for me since he wants to go to a top academic. Now, there's also this balance because he had said, like, I'm open to D2 maybe, but also his academics. D2 schools do not have the academics that D3 schools do, primarily speaking. On the other side, your father mentioned YOLO. You're going to go to school, you're going to get a job. Maybe it's not 10 out of 10 academics, but it's 9 out of 10, and you get to play soccer at a higher level. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's still very good, but maybe it's not the number one. But having said that, your biggest dilemma right now is you're a good soccer player. The level you're playing, are you kind of familiar with the level you're in?
Yeah.
And your parents are too? So look, your son's a good player. I actually think he would garner interest from some D1 schools, but he's just not going to get the exposure rate soon enough to do that without an offer first from a college coach. So if you really wanted to play D1, for example, he would need offers from D3s and D2s pretty close to this point. So for now, I'm going to put D1 aside. Now, I'm not going to cross it out because I actually don't think it's your athleticism and even your technical ability is exactly what a D1 coach would like, but they have to see you many times. So this goes to addressing your bigger point, which is which camps do we pick, which ones do we don't? So that's my job. It's what's called, we do an audit, where I'm going to read everything you've been told, and I will directly say, do this one, don't do that one, etc. And I will also tell you, here are some other camps I think you should go to because of your situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, the other thing I would say is your video, to me, is very good from a soccer perspective. Like I said, you got good feet, you're quite athletic, but we are, like, from a top academic perspective, which is what you want to be or what you are, like, first of all, you don't, at least unless you have more videos that I don't know about, I went through your whole page, you cannot send this to a Division III top academic school. This would be like a book report that would get an F. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
It needs to have a self-interview. It needs to look professional. This is not what you need. Now, the soccer part, which is, and you probably made the video, no big deal. The soccer part, like, you have great feet, good technique, you're athletic. There's a lot of good things there to the point where I think some top academic D3 schools would want you, but you'd have to act very quickly, and I would need to change the order of your video. Like, there's some moments here where I'm like, that doesn't count as a highlight. I need to watch you play balls through lines. There's things of your video. Your video is way too long. Nobody's going to watch this. Like, that is not a highlight. Okay, that's your second clip. That's not a highlight. You just headed the ball backwards with a little bit of strength. I need to change your video, and I need to split this video up into 3 different videos, and we need to send them out 1 week after another. Then I need them on Instagram, and I need them going out every week. Then I need them on Twitter, the same thing. And then I need to send a mass email to the top academic schools of a list I would give you. And then we will have an idea if you can play D3 top academic. Otherwise, you will be looking to go to a school like an Alma if you want to play soccer. Or, you'll apply to school academically, email them that you applied, and you will hope and cross your fingers that they'll let you play soccer, which is not the world you want to live in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So having said that, I know I was kind of aggressive and harsh there. Did I scare you away from wanting to play college soccer yet?
Absolutely not.
All right. And like I said, I really like your answer to like why you want to do this. So I'm going to keep trying. Here's my attempt number 2. So I'm going to share my screen here for a second just so you could see. I was kind of taking notes kind of like while you guys were talking, and these are the steps that I came up with. So, and it's different for everybody. Number 1, I have to fix your video. Number 2, we talked about the AI system. I'm going to have a list for you. Your major is very specific. So we will email some schools outside of that major, but we're not going to any schools on campus, and you're not going to any camps unless they have your major. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I need to do an audit. So I know you've already spoken to some, but I need to see like what you're writing. There's a good chance you're doing it wrong or not as good as it could be, and I want to fix that. And here's just don't worry about this for now. Then we have to narrow down your list, which we don't have the privilege of dealing with right now. We just have to get people to like you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I just want to give you an analogy that I feel is realistic. If I fix your video, you remind me, okay, we had another center back. He had torn his ACL twice in high school, which was brutal. I'll show you his video actually for fun. And he was a center back, and he's going to Illinois Tech, which is a very good top academic. He had way worse grades than you. He had like a 3.3. And his video was horrendous. We changed it. And like within very quickly, he got interest like in an aggressive way. I think you're a better player than he is. I think you have better grades than he does. But the big thing was his video was not good. And your video is in that category. So the analogy I want to give you is if you're open to D3, we can talk about D1 and D2 later, but if you're open to D3 and you're willing to email the schools I tell you, I would anticipate if I could force every D3 school to watch your video, which I will never be able to do, but if I could get, let's just pretend I could get 100%. I think 90% of them would really like you. If I were to do D2, I think we're looking at 60 to 80%. If I did D1, we're looking at like 20 to 40%. Now I'm not going to get 100% of schools, but with the AI system, I can get with the correct video and the correct email, I can get a good percentage to look at your stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So that part excites me because you're a good soccer player. Does that make sense so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me ask you this, Nicholas, that step by step, is that something you're looking for? Is that the help you're looking for?
100%.
And from your parents' perspective, is that the help you think would benefit Nick?
Yes.
Okay. So that brings me to this. All right. So the cost, which I know is on your mind, as well as like what it looks like to work with me a little bit deeper. So you've heard of these other companies, I'm sure. Look, you can't use these. Even if they work, you just can't. You're too smart. They don't work for top academic kids. If you want to go to like an Alma-esque type of school, then yeah, they can help to some degree, but that's not what you're looking for. So it doesn't work. We need to edit all your videos. You need to use the AI system. You're going to have 24/7 access to me. And these people basically sign you to a contract. And if it works or doesn't work, you paid the money, you're screwed anyways, you're stuck. I'm not like that. If it doesn't work with me in 3 months, then I'm not going to be able to get you recruited because time's running out anyways. But like I expect results within 3 months, real results. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So this is what it looks like to work with me. You saw the price there. That can be the price, but yours is going to be slightly different. So let me just show you real quick. So the first thing is this. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, you can see my screen. Okay. So the first thing is this. We do meetings every Sunday. On these meetings on Sundays, frankly, those will be helpful to you, but like we have so much work to do. We need you to do this. So I need you to book my team and I every single week for the next month. And that's not really negotiable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, if you're busy, look, the schedule is built for you. You're going to get a one-on-one coach. I'm part of that, and you'll have another person who you talk to directly. My job is which camps you should go to. I got to fix your video. I got to tell you what schools to go to. I got to tell you if they need a center back. So I'm working for you in the back. You're going to be talking to this coach. Now, the reason that you're going to get this coach is I was never a top academic student. I was never recruited like that. I want you talking to somebody that's currently at Chicago, currently at Johns Hopkins, currently at these schools. Does that make sense? Or graduated since. Okay. And some of them are former students of mine. So they really understand, like the kid I told you, he's one of the coaches. Harrison Bray is his name. He tore his ACL twice. I'll show you a video of him because like you're very similar. You remind me of him, but you're frankly smarter and a better soccer player. Okay. So then we're going to edit all your videos. We will not have time for this because you're too busy. This is like where we go through your game and help you get better at soccer. We are too busy. So maybe if you want to play at the next level, like the pro level, maybe sorta, or if you just want to play summer league, or if you get committed, say by November, then we can spend time on this until you get to college because we're a lifetime. So we're with you for life. So this is to say that if you need to transfer, we will be with you. If you want to pursue a summer league or you're not enjoying it at college, we're with you forever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So having said that, we expect that if in the first 3 months that you are being genuinely recruited. So I expect phone calls, I expect text messages, I expect the visits for the fall, and I expect it to be from schools we actually want to go to. Now you will have to go to camp. That is non-negotiable. You're not getting out of that. Now the D3 schools, they can recruit you on video and camps alone. They will not necessarily need a showcase. D1 schools, that will not work. You will have to go to showcase. And your club at the minute does not go to those same showcases. So that's why that's very difficult. But if you get an offer from a top D3, then it can help a little bit for the D2 and D1s. But for right now, you will have to go to some camps. And because of how late we are, look, I traditionally don't work with juniors going into their senior year, especially if they're top academic, because I'm telling you that 60% of them are going to be all done by the end of August, and we're in July. But I like your video. So unfortunately for me, I want to be stuck with you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So having said that, this is the last piece. You're not allowed to make a decision today. I need you to talk to your family, talk to your parents, but let's pretend you had to work with me. To give you an idea, I will not work with another player in your position, in your class, for the class of 2025. That's why you're on the call today. I don't have another center back basically want to go to your types of schools. I have another center back who is playing, wants to go to mid-tier D1s, but you're not in the same category. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is to say, if you had to work with me today, Mr. Nicholas, well, I should ask you this. Did I scare you away at all? And get any closer?
No.
Okay. That's it. No hesitation. All right. So that then brings me to, what questions would you have for me if you had to work with me today?
Yeah. So my biggest question is, what are your thoughts on like the JUCO route? Is that even worth it?
Good question. I know your parents should be looking at you with devil eyes because your grades are way too good. You do not get to go to JUCO. Now, on top of that, separate from that, let's just say soccer specific. Going to JUCO is like, you ever played video games before?
Yeah.
You know what? Mario goes into like the green tunnel, but he's in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's JUCO. You do not want to go there. It is not good. The reason is that, first of all, every coach will ask you, why did you go to JUCO? So you're already a bad apple. They're like, what's wrong with you? You bad attitude, bad grades, bad player. Why didn't you get committed your senior year? So that's number one. Number two, academically for you, that's just not a wise decision. Now, financially, if that's where you're at, that's a different story. But academically, your grades are great. All my students with your grades, if you keep them where you are, have received a minimum of $60,000. So like, that's what we're aiming for you. That is why the price that I'm giving you is, in my opinion, worth the investment theoretically if I do my job, because it will outweigh what the school will give you. Having said that, I don't guarantee it. It's just it's been our record so far. That's one. The other reason is, if you go to junior college, let's say you go to junior college, say next year, you will have you'll basically become a reclass, meaning they'll be looking to recruit you a year later, and you'll be in the same position you are right now. You'll be late again. So if you want to go to junior college, if you were going to do that, you need to get recruited by the schools that you want to transfer to now. So when you go to junior college, they already know who you are. So the good news is, if you decide you want to go to junior college, the route we have to take is not any different. It's the exact same. But I do not want you going to junior college. And I'll put it this way. If you guys want to go to junior college, don't work with me. That is not the route.
Thank you for saying that. I've been telling him that. He didn't believe me.
I know, but it's hard. Yes, it's hard. It was hard for me to hear things from my mom sometimes too. But look, the other thing is, if I thought you had to go to junior college, like we have a student who was really good. We sent him to junior college because his grades were bad. And also he wasn't going to get recruited otherwise. And he wanted to keep playing. For you, it's a backward step. And there's a very good chance you will not get to take a step forward. It's very dangerous. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Good question. Now, from your parents' perspective, let's say you had to work with me today. What questions would you guys have?
Do you have any references that you can share from previous people that you work with?
Absolutely. You're going to get an email with a number of them, so you can talk to. There's like 3 of them. I hope you call their parents and text them, so that way you can speak to them.
Okay.
And also on my website, actually, I'll send you that too. I'll just show you real quick. So basically, every person I work with, we get pretty close to because I care about them. So on my website is also every phone number of basically every kid I've worked with. So you can talk to all of them if you want to. So yes, you can talk to anybody you want. There's all their phone numbers. So having said that, the other thing I want to add is I'll send you this too. This is basically, I keep track obviously of who's committed, and our niche, this is of this year. So there's a bunch of D1s, but the top academic D3s is what we do. That is what I do. That's my favorite thing. These are all Division III schools at the top academic that are in red. These are the top academic schools. So that's where I get to focus my attention on. That's what I love to work on the most. And that's our goal. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And these are also, I'll give you this. This is also all their phone numbers and their parents' phone numbers, so you can talk to them. So having said that, here's the last thing. I want you to call them, and they should respond to you. However, I can unfortunately only give you 24 hours to make a decision. Now, if in 24 hours you say we texted a reference and we haven't heard back yet, just tell me and I'll wait. But mainly the reason is I will not work with any other players in your position. And more importantly, we don't have any more. I'm running out of time with you. I will not be able to do look, if I'm wrong here, I will have spent a ton of hours just to give you your money back. So I don't want to do that unless I can get you results. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So I just asked that tomorrow you say to me, hey, Zev, we want to do this. Let's rock. Or tomorrow you say, hey, Zev, we need a day. Or tomorrow we don't want to do it. Just let me know in a day.
All right.
Okay. Here's the last thing. Just so I can get a gauge. This is for Nicholas first. If you were leaning towards yes, maybe, or no, what position are you in at the minute?
What position? Like, what do you mean?
If you'd like to work with me, are you in yes, hell yeah, no, I don't want to, maybe, I'm not sure.
Oh, 100%. Because I've just been kind of lost in the whole recruiting process because I did start super late for sure. And I just don't really know where to go. So I think your help would be absolutely helpful.
Okay. And just from your parents' perspective, I want you to talk to the references, but just so I have a gauge, are you guys in yes, maybe, or no?
Maybe.
Okay. Your maybe that comes from, is the maybe from it's unclear what I would do with your son? Is it the price?
Nope. I just want to think about it a little bit.
Perfect. I just want to make sure I answered all the questions. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to send over an email. The contract will say this. If your grades drop below a 3.8, you're fired. We'll stop working together. Step number 2, because then I can't get you the scholarship that I'd like to get. That's number 1. Number 2 is if you don't get me video, like I know I have your 8 minutes that I'm going to split up, but I need more. I'm going to need every touch videos. That's how we did it with the ACL student I mentioned. So because of that, if you don't give me video like within the month, then you're also fired. And we won't work with you. It says it in the contract. And then the third thing, it says if you don't get recruited in the first 3 months, then I'm fired. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, very good, everybody. I'll send that email over. If you have any other questions, let me know, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I've been busy. Am I able to email you before applying for a call? I'm not comfortable yet with a call. No, you cannot. When you're ready, call me. Hey, hi, how many people signed a pro contract for America a year ago? Very, very few. Thoughts on Ronaldo losing Euros? I know, very sad. If I live in England, can I still play college soccer? Yes, click the link in the bio. I love your videos. Hi, Hypertron Ultra, thank you. You watched my highlight video? Christian, where is your video? Entering eighth grader, wanting a future ahead of me with college experience. How do I begin? William, click the link in the bio. There's a specific video for you as an eighth grader. Okay, hold on a second. What's wrong with you? Okay, sorry everybody. I've been distracted. Okay, hold on. I did see Portugal lost. Hello, please. I'm from Ghana. How to make it to college soccer? Click the link in the bio. You are an international, and I can help you as an international. Okay. Good. Sorry, guys. I know I have been busy. Busy. All right, I got to do something where I got to focus for a second. Hold on. Fucking hell. Hey, boss. So I'm confused now, and so I need your help. So I understand before I did it by school, and so it says here that you can import files that are. So if I press select and I were to pick like D3 and I press up, it would just say upload D3. But I don't know if I don't understand if it would just fix what is only existent here or if it would create it and where it would create it. So now my concern is I uploaded this via schools. So did that mess up the boys teams? Did that mess up something else? Do I have to re-upload everything? And if I go here to coaches and I do it this way and I hit select and I do this one and I hit open, it only asks me for this. It doesn't ask me about what division. It doesn't ask me about anything else. Does it automatically collect that? So here's my big concern right now, because this AI obviously needs to be perfect, is right now, how updated is this AI system? Is it because I uploaded this via the school one? Should I re-upload everything? Do I have to do that? Please let me know. Thanks. I've done Hello Showcase and create an environment to an ID camp. They saw me at another one. That's great. Hello, please. I'm from Ghana. Okay. Does marks matter? What do you mean by marks? Do you mean grades? What do you mean by marks? Okay, guys, I think I'm going to leave you be. I'm going to go. It's been a pleasure. If you want more help, give me a call, and that is the best way I can help you. Zev, is it possible to go from Saudi Arabia to D1? I'm currently playing in Division South. If you're from Saudi Arabia, click the link in the bio. Your international situation is different. Thoughts of Florida Premier. Aim for D3 or D2. All right, everyone. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.